Good afternoon. It is 1:30, and I now call this meeting to order. Carrie, will you please take roll?
Chair Carvalho,
Here.
Vice Chair Downs,
Here.
Regent Ariscata,
Here.
Regent Batista,
Present.
Regent Boylan,
Here.
Regent Breger,
Here.
Regent Brooks,
Here.
Regent Brown,
Present.
Regent Del Carlo,
Here.
Regent Fernandez,
Present.
Regent Goycochea,
Here.
Regent Goodman,
Here.
Regent McGrath.
Here.
You have a quorum present.
Thank you. With that, I would like to say welcome to our newest regent, Regent Jennifer McGrath. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Okay, at this time, please rise for the presentation of colors by the City of Henderson Police Department Honor Guard and remain standing for our national anthem performed by the Nevada State University education major Chantel Brown, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Regent Del Carlo.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at our twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please join me in our pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you to our special guests for being here with us today. Before beginning, we take a moment to recognize that here in Nevada, we stand on the land of the Washishu, Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, Nui, Western Shoshone, and Nuwu, Southern Paiute. We take a moment to recognize and honor their stewardship that continues into today. With this recognition, we state an intention to rightfully include their voice and respect them as the 27 sovereign tribal nations of Nevada. Before beginning with the agenda, I just want to make some announcements on some order changes to the agenda. So items 12 and 18, which are the metrics presentations for DRI and Nevada State, will be switched. So we'll, instead of DRI going first later today, and then Nevada State, we'll take Nevada State's later today and DRI's tomorrow. And then also on the revised agenda, item number 40, which is the collective bargaining for Nevada State, we are going to hear that right before item number 18, which will be in the morning tomorrow on Friday. Lastly, because we may have Commissioner Gibson, he will be coming today to assist in the presentation and for any questions on the item regarding the depressed roadway item for UNLV. If we go a lot longer, I may take the liberty of moving that item up to around 4:50 or 5 o'clock. So I just want everybody to know that as well. All right, so now I'll move to agenda item number 1, introductions and campus updates. So for this, we'll start with TMCC and go that way, but ending with President Pollard.
Hi, Dr. Karen Hilgersum, TMCC President. For the record, good afternoon, Regents and colleagues. First, I'd like to give a congratulatory shout out to the TMCC Regent Award winners, Sophia Roman, Scotty Lockram, Megan Lottie, and Tara Connolly. And I know they're not officially approved yet, but I look forward to it. I can attest that these employees are total rock stars and so deserving of this award. And as for Sophia, I don't know her well yet, but I can't wait to see where her academic journey takes her. Congratulations to all these recipients. They truly are amazing. Also, congratulations to those who are before you today for approval on tenure. They worked really hard to come before this board today, and I forward them without hesitation because they have done a marvelous job. That includes Tamara Allred, Jacqueline McDonald, and Itzel Woolpert. All three are nursing faculty. Roger Putnam, physical sciences. John Reddick-Lau, biology and public health. And Jared Sorensen, performing arts theater. So I hope you vote them in because they are doing a wonderful job. Some updates. Spring enrollments are looking great. We are still maintaining a significant increase with headcount at approximately 10,800 on the credit side of our work. These are great numbers for spring term. We're super excited that so many Northern Nevada residents are accessing TMCC's excellent programs and faculty. We also received word this week from the NWCCU that we fulfilled our obligation related to the one recommendation for the college. We had only one, which was also stunning. So our upcoming midterm visit this academic year is off to a great start even before the visitors arrive. Kudos to Ginger Doe, Melissa Dedman, and all the TMCC faculty and staff for improving our work with program level outcomes around this recommendation on behalf of TMCC students. Vice President Jeff Alexander also continues to implement our relatively new credit for prior learning portfolio-based system. This year's model on credit for prior learning has reached a whole new plateau in Northern Nevada, and this year the pilot is going well. The portfolio system involves faculty engagement and takes a deep dive into a student's prior learning, whether that be work experience, military training, or other experiences that are relevant to articulating credit. So please stay tuned. I hope that you get to hear a thorough report after this year's end so that you can really understand how cool this new credit for prior learning portfolio-based system really is. For the past 9 years, I presented many updates to this Board of Regents. I've always tried to be accurate and honest. It has only been on occasion that I've needed to share elements of the college that were not going so well, and the effects of COVID come to mind. I knew that we would get through it though, through those tough times, and we did. Unfortunately, for this last update, I am compelled to share with you an update that isn't as positive. Since late January, when TMCC began to receive letters from the new executive administration at the federal level, there has been a tone in the letters, word choices, that have been difficult to lead through and to manage. These letters, received prior to the confirmation of our new education secretary, so I'm very hopeful, have been unjustifiably accusatory, largely centering around some amazing work, and I repeat, amazing work of over 2 decades around diversity, equity, and inclusion. This work, by the way, is work that this particular board, you, the NSHE Regents, have promoted, have encouraged, have even assigned to us. And through the years, you have offered many kudos to us for our good efforts in this area. In American society, it is not unique for a community college to create structures so that every student can succeed, regardless of their race, their background, their value system, even their criminal history. We take pride in creating for our learners a comfortable space with a diverse community, and at the same time, we level the playing field for those students who are disadvantaged, often through no choice of their own. The conditions for success are there because we make it so. I think it's great work, and I continue to be proud of those in our TMCC community who have done it for so long and so well. That said, the accusatory tone of these letters, a tone completely unnecessary, compelled me to convene a federal response team, and that's the major update today. Shared governance truly is my best friend at times like this. This team has been meeting weekly. We discussed the direction of the letters and many questions related to compliance. Other questions are emerging too, such as, is there something better beyond DEI that we can aspire to, even create, something new that we can reach toward with each and every student at TMCC? We live in a pluralistic society, and we celebrate the changes that have occurred in our society over 2 to 3 decades. And many of these changes are because of public higher education. We have been part of these changes. We have raised all boats after the storms. We are looking forward to hearing your Regent discussion tomorrow on these federal directions, as your guidance would truly be appreciated. In closing, I will say what a pleasure it has been to come before this board and share good news for 9 years. We are very excited, and I'm so grateful to the board for their support of our new theater, and I look forward to seeking your approval for a firefighting, training, and rescue facility in April. I also know that after my departure, there will be good news at TMCC as the years unfold, because ultimately, TMCC is an amazing college with amazing employees and fantastic students. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Regents, Chancellor Charlton. I am Amber Dinelli. I am the president at Great Basin College. It's always a privilege to share the latest updates at Great Basin College, and today I want to recognize some of our exceptional students who are making an impact in their respective fields. At the December meeting, Carissa Seddon von Wright represented GBC and presented on student success, so it comes as no surprise that she has been named the 2025 New Century Transfer Pathway Scholar. Carissa earned the prestigious recognition by achieving the highest score in the state in the All-USA Academic Team Competition, where 2,100 applications were evaluated based on academic achievement, leadership, service, and significant endeavors. This incredible honor highlights Carissa's dedication and GBC's continuing efforts to foster excellence. Carissa will be honored at the President's Breakfast during the ACC Convention on April 15th in Nashville, Tennessee. I also want to highlight our machining manufacturing students in Pahrump who recently competed in the Project MFG competition, placing in the top 16 out of 60 teams nationwide. This outstanding performance has earned them a spot in the region semifinal, which will be featured on YouTube's Clash of the Trades. Our Skills USA competitors are also preparing for the state competition in Reno, with hopes of advancing to the national competition in Atlanta in June. These students represent the technical excellence and workforce readiness that GBC strives to develop. In addition to celebrating the academic and workforce achievements, I want to recognize the incredible work being done on our theater program. The GBC Theater Group is preparing to open a production of Chicago next week. This show represents months of dedication, creativity, and collaboration, and it's a great opportunity to experience our vibrant arts community at Great Basin College. This spring, we launched our first cohort of cardiorespiratory care science program, a significant addition to our healthcare training programs offered. Developed in partnership with Renown Health, this program will provide students hands-on clinical experience and placement opportunities across Northern Nevada's medical centers, helping to address the region's growing demand for skilled healthcare professionals. GBC also remains the only institution in Nevada offering gifted and talented courses for state and licensure endorsement. Additionally, we have introduced social, emotional, academic development, or SEED courses by addressing critical needs in K-12 education. I'm also pleased to give an update that our spring enrollment at GBC continues to grow. The FTE is up 6.8% from last year. This sustained increase is a result of our collective efforts in the recruitment of student support and program development. With major support from GOED's Workforce Innovation for a New Nevada Fund, the GBC NORCAT MST Training Center officially opened on January 6th. We are working to expand training opportunities and will present our initiatives at the Nevada Mining Association meeting in March. An open house and ribbon cutting ceremony are being planned during the Elko Mining Expo, and I encourage everyone to attend to see firsthand the impact of the GBC NORCAT MST and what it will have on training the workforce in our region. We are also expanding several career and technical education programs to meet growing workforce demands. The diesel technology program is expanding to Winnemucca, while a night diesel program is being launched in Elko to provide greater flexibility for our students. Additionally, the electrical and instrumentation training programs in Winnemucca are transitioning to hybrid models to offer more accessible learning options. The MET Mine Skills Training Certificate Program is also seeing significant growth this spring, demonstrating a rising interest in this high-demand field. Securing funding for student success and program expansion remains a top priority. Our FY25 grants team at GBC has brought in $10.5 million to date to support these efforts. I would like to highlight several of these recent awards that are driving our growth at GBC. With help from GOED, GBC has launched the Geological Technician Program Skill Certificate, which has expanded opportunities in this high-demand field. A Dieter grant has also provided important support for 54 early childhood education students to earn 4 skill certificates, strengthening the workforce in this critical sector. Through the FIPSI grant for Native American healthcare training, GBC will deliver CNA and medical assisting phlebotomy EKG certification education directly to Native American tribal communities, helping to address critical healthcare shortages in these areas. Additionally, the USDA grant from Classroom Technology Upgrades is funding the transition of our IAV classrooms from Polycom to a Zoom-based technology, providing more cost-effective and flexible learning experiences for remote and hybrid learning. These grants reflect GBC's ongoing commitment to enhance education opportunities and workforce development in Nevada. I also want to recognize our GBC Foundation, which was recently selected as a charity partner for the Women Empowering Women event in Elko. The foundation continues to provide critical support for scholarship, faculty development, and student opportunities. As we move forward in this semester, I want to express my gratitude to our faculty, staff, and students who continue to make GBC an outstanding institution. Your commitment to our mission of transforming lives through education is what drives our success. I look forward to our continued work and building on to this momentum, supporting our students and making GBC a leader in rural higher education. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Regents, Chair, Vice Chair, Chancellor, all of you here today, Kyle Dalpy, Western Nevada College. To begin, I'd like to say congratulations to all faculty members, but in particular those from WNC, Kathy Cocking, Christian Copley Salem, John Dirk, Jaspreet Gill, and Gregory Sly for the tenure that they're up for at this meeting. This is a huge accomplishment and the largest number from WNC since my time at the college. Also, a big congratulations to Drew McKay, WNC Regent Scholar Award. Our enrollment continues to climb. This spring, we were up 5% over last spring. However, because enrollment management is not only about getting students in the door, we continue to look for new strategies to support students to the finish line. So on that note, I'm pleased to report that WNC has created a new family-oriented learning space. They actually let me in there to play with the blocks, but it's for parents who can bring their children and use the resources. A big thanks to the WNC Foundation for their financial support, and to Ron Belbin and the library team for making it happen. Recently, I think since last meeting, WNC hosted the local premiere of the documentary To Die For. Although that sounds like a James Bond movie, it's really a documentary about color dyes in the food industry. A big kudos to WNC psychology professor Rebecca Bevins for her research and awareness work on this documentary and for sharing her personal story related to harmful food dyes. This program is available on Amazon Prime, Apple TV, and a few other services I'm sure some of you have. And it just so happens that for Valentine's Day, I got a Ding Dong chocolate bar, right? Which I know, Ding Dong, takes one to know one. Seriously, if you check the ingredients though on some of this stuff and you see red 40 and red 30 or red 3 and are wondering what that means, the film will help enlighten you. It does have some adverse effects on some people. Continuing on, the stars recently came out in Carson City in multiple ways. Congrats to WNC Professor Stephanie Arigati for the recent Celebrate the Magic 35-year anniversary of the musical theater program. In this showcase, she featured a number of shorts from past shows, including Phantom of the Opera, Mamma Mia, Mary Poppins, and more. And in May, the Hills will come alive with The Sound of Music. Look for an email and let me know if you would like to attend. Continuing with the stars, WNC Professor Thomas Herring hosted more than 100 people at the Jack C. Davis Observatory on March 1st for a star party, photography of the Starlink satellite train, viewing of Venus, Jupiter, and Mars. If the weather holds, attendees will be able to see a blood red moon later this month. And once more, geology professor Winnie Kortemeier presented her research on Lake Tahoe, which determined this lake in our backyard to be North America's oldest permanent freshwater lake. That was part of her dissertation. Thank you to Chancellor Charlton and Regent DeCarlo for attending. And I hear that the residents of Incline Village officially live in the Carson Basin, so we'll let somebody else explain what that means. Thank you to WNC construction management students for helping senior living residents at the Solista Senior Living Facility with repair projects on their apartments. And from our Keep On Trucking file, the WNC has become a CDL commercial driver's license testing site in Carson City and in Fallon, which allows our students to be able to be tested on campus without having to take a number at the DMV, getting them out faster because of the backlog at the state offices. So that's a kudos to our program, and we appreciate that. Mark your calendars. The Rural Community College Day is March 24th at the legislature. My colleague to the left and I will be having a WNC and GBC Day to share all kinds of information and stories related to our work serving rural Nevada. I have in front of me copies of our new brochure. I'll give you some during a break. This is the one that opens to the left, opens to the top and bottom, and you find your way through it and you come back to where you started. I'll give you a tutorial if you need it to get through that. And finally, I'm excited to announce that WNC has completed our newest space, the Link Community Career and Employer Center. The center will provide programming to connect our students to employers in the area. Here's the fun backstory on this. Not only did it take 5 years because it got slowed down in the pandemic, but we had 2 bidders submit the exact same dollar amount, $595,000 for that project. What do we do in the state of Nevada to break a tie? So the high bid from the two vendors, the 9 of clubs beat the 5 of clubs, and they were awarded that project and finally got it done. So that was the project. I also want to say a big thanks to the William N. Pennington Foundation, Nevada Energy, and the Redfield Foundation for funding of this project. And we will do a ribbon cutting, and we will get invitations out to all of you to attend that. So with that, those are my updates. Thank you.
Thank you. President Kibler?
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Regents, and Chancellor. I'm Bill Kibler. I'm the acting president of College of Southern Nevada. I could keep you here all afternoon with updates at CSN, but I picked just a few to highlight some of the successes I believe we've had. I'll start with great news that we have. After more than a year of working on it, we have signed earlier this week a new contract with the Hospital Corporation for America, which opens up 4 additional large hospitals in the Las Vegas area to provide clinical sites, clinical experiences, and rotations for our nursing students, our health-related professions, etc. A special shout out to Tina Russum, our Associate General Counsel, due to her diligence and perseverance for over a year in shepherding this thing and finally bringing it home. So we're very pleased to know that. It was reported earlier today in the Health Affairs Committee about a new collaborative agreement that between the UNLV Dental School and the CSN Dental Program. We've been working on that for a while, but we've got those two deans working hand in glove together. Enhanced opportunities for students and staff in both programs. So and as a matter of fact, we're targeting the June Board of Regents meeting for a report on progress in that new collaborative program. So it's off to the races. Pleased to report that the West Side Education and Training Center that's been previously discussed with you all, and many of you attended our beam dedication for the completion of the structure, outer structure of that building continues on schedule to complete construction this summer. As you know, that center will bring both basic education and workforce development programs to a significantly underserved portion of the city of Las Vegas, the historic West Side. So we're very excited about that program. If all goes well in terms of bringing in the last funding for FF&E, we may have a ribbon cutting in September. You all will. And so, that's right. In a few weeks, we will hire two permanent positions, Vice President for Finance Administration, Chief Human Resources Officer. I only mention the significance of that because it fulfills one of my goals when I came here to eliminate all long-term interim positions at CSN, and this will complete that. I'll also mention, because so many of you know him, just a week ago, we had a small retirement ceremony for Frank Woodbeck. That's a significant loss for us, but he's not gone because he's coming back part-time to work with us. But you don't find a replacement for a guy like Frank. You just find a successor. So we are working on the transition plan to do that. And we'll continue to have benefit of Frank's wisdom and experience to advise us. So this coming academic year, we will launch Nevada's first ever funeral services degree. The only one in the state. It's been 8 years in the making. It will provide education, hands-on training in all aspects of the funeral industry. So we're excited about that. It'll start relatively small, but has the potential to grow significantly. We have CSN Day in Carson City on March the 27th. That's where we will load 2 buses with students from CSN and drive them all night to Carson City, where all us folks that are too old to do that will fly up there and meet them, and then we will spend the day flying the CSN flag throughout the Capitol and the legislative buildings. So anyway, we're excited about that. Got to do some planning for that earlier this week when I was up there. And last item, in anticipation of the appointment of a new CSN president next week, we have already begun our comprehensive transition and onboarding process. We appointed a presidential transition team. They're appointed and they're already working as we are beginning the work to make sure we do everything possible to assure the success of our new president at CSN. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, I will go to President Acharya.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Regents, Chancellor, colleagues. My name is Kumud Acharya, President of DRI. Recent executive orders have resulted in many questions and concerns across DRI. Because all DRI faculty support their own research through grants, federal funding of research is critical to our scientists. So I remain optimistic that DRI can weather the uncertainty of this time and continue the important work that we do for the state and the nation. And now I'm pleased to share a few highlights since our last meeting. Doctors Joe McConnell, Nathan Chelman, and Sophia Wensman recently published a study in Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, which found that lead pollution likely caused widespread IQ declines in ancient Rome. Our scientists used ice core records to reconstruct historic atmospheric lead pollution in ancient Rome and link exposure to cognitive declines. This research earned significant media interest with coverage in the New York Times, The Guardian, The Wall Street Journal, Newsweek, Popular Science, and many others. Dr. Patrick Hervain, a postdoc researcher and environmental epidemiologist, published a study in Environmental Science and Technology a nationwide assessment of estimated cancer risk from airborne toxic shows that risk is concentrated in urban communities, those with lower incomes, and those with higher proportions of racial minorities. DRI, along with UNR, announced the findings from a Reno Sparks heat mapping project. The summer 2024 data collection effort provides community members, legislators, scientists with detailed maps of the region's urban heat island. The project found that at the mid-afternoon 3 to 4 p.m. window, the hottest time of day, parts of our community were more than 20 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than others. Although much of this range was linked to differences in elevation, vegetation and man-made surfaces also play a major role. Dr. Christine Albano co-authored a new study with researchers at UCLA, which examines how a warming climate is creating an atmosphere more prone to extreme weather. This hydroclimatic whiplash is evident in California's recent weather, with winters filled with repeated atmospheric river storms, driving the plant growth, and then the dry summers then burst, providing plentiful fuel for explosive wildfires, an example of which we saw recently in California. Dr. Eric Robinson co-authored a new study that provides insight into North America's indigenous communities prior to European contact. Published in the Proceedings of National Academy of Sciences, the research identified the age of archaeological artifacts from across the continent by measuring the decay rate of radioactive isotope carbon. Finally, this year we launched Curiosity Lab by DRI as a new statewide event series, bringing life science storytelling to Southern and Northern Nevada. We held our first event last week in Reno to a nearly sold-out crowd. We are excited for our first Las Vegas event, which will be held on Wednesday, March 12th. It's titled Roots of Wonder, Following Curiosity into the Natural World, and will feature DRI's Dr. Sean McKenna, UNLV's Dr. Jared Keene, and musician and photographer Sonia Barcelona. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Regents, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs. UNLV has a new officer in charge. I'm honored to be here. That's our first update. I want to also begin by thanking President Whitfield for his dedicated leadership the past 4.5 years. He showed up to work every day with an extremely positive attitude and was focused on student success and worked hard to advance our campus, did many things that will have a lasting legacy, including the Financial Literacy and Wellness Center, which just today got approved by the BFF committee, a new student-run credit union, which will be a great addition to the campus as part of that center that President Whitfield spearheaded. A lot of other things happening on campus. We're excited to be building our new fMRI facility, which will add some really important research for our brain health and neuroscience programs to campus. It's a $4.5 million piece of equipment that will put us on the cutting edge of capacity in that research area. We launched our new neuroscience bachelor's program, which is a very popular area of study now, and we expect that to grow rapidly. Our athletic teams have been doing great things. We had Coach Odom leave us after an incredible 11-3 season and his bowl appearance, but we were equally excited to welcome new head coach Dan Mullen, who I haven't met yet, but I can't wait to meet, who comes with 13 seasons in the SEC, including 11 bowl appearances. And so he's definitely positioned to lead the program to continued and even further success. Our women's basketball had an extraordinary four-peat of Mountain West title this season, and now is opening up the Mountain West Conference as the #1 seed. Men's swimming and diving actually had a five-peat in their competitive WAC conference, and so that was exciting. And the Rebel Girls, one of our most celebrated athletic programs, won 2 national titles at the hip hop game day category. That's their 6th title in hip hop and 5th in game day categories, and they're an incredible group that works extremely hard to be that successful. Our fine arts program is also doing a lot of exciting stuff. We're sending a group to France this summer to perform in a music festival. We're sending a group to Mexico to perform some collaborative art projects there, and we're sending a dance team to New York this summer. And the great work of the fine arts is also recognized by the band U2 that gave us a $300,000 donation to support their efforts. We broke ground on our new children's childcare center just about a week or so ago, which will add really needed capacity in that space. And so we're excited to move forward. We enter this semester with highest ever spring enrollment and tying our highest ever fall to spring retention. So all signs are positive at UNLV, and we look forward to continuing to advance the mission of the university. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Board of Regents, Chancellor. For the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. Before I begin my remarks, I'd like to thank President Pollard and her team for your hospitality. It's always wonderful to visit Nevada State University, and we're very pleased to be here. I'd also like to comment on a few consent agenda items. I'd first like to give special acknowledgement to Marilyn Newton and Ralph Burns. You've seen that we're requesting honorary degrees for these two distinguished individuals, and as you've read in your materials, Elder Burns is a very highly respected Numu elder who teaches Paiute language on our campus, and Marilyn Newton is an individual who literally is a legendary photojournalist in Northern Nevada, who spent one semester at the university and got her first job at the Reno Gazette-Journal, and 50-plus years later continued on. So she certainly is someone that we're really proud to recognize. I'd also like to acknowledge our professors at our university who are about to achieve tenure, and I know you all understand and appreciate this. This is an incredible milestone in their academic, professional career, so I'd like to offer my most sincere congratulations to each and every one of them, of course, pending your approval on the consent agenda. Next, I'd like to introduce, I believe I may have commented on this before with regard to campus updates, but Claudia Guayo is now officially our Chief General Counsel. She's a wonderful individual. She started on February 1st and has hit the ground running. There is a lot going on. She began her professional legal career at the city of North Las Vegas, where she served for 20-plus years. She then moved to the Clark County District Attorney's Office Civil Division, and has served there as a senior deputy district attorney. She has been on the Nevada Judicial Selection Commission and the United States District Court Magistrate Judge Selection Panel, and served as the president of the Latino Bar Association. She also served as an adjunct professor at CSN. I don't know if President Kibler know that, but within the Department of Criminal Justice and Emergency Services. She is an alumna of the University of Nevada, Reno, and graduated with distinction with a Bachelor of Arts degree in journalism in 1999, and earned her JD from the University of California at Davis. Next, I'm proud to report that earlier this month, the university has yet again been designated as a Research One, very high research activity university by the American Council on Education and the Carnegie Foundation. This truly is a milestone accomplishment, and very proud of our faculty and staff and students that have been responsible for accomplishing that. Also, the university's research and development expenditures have reached their highest level ever, as we reported $194 million to the National Science Foundation this year. And I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Myrtle Gautam, who's the Vice President of Research and Innovation, and his team, and again, the faculty on our campus, because that's a really big deal. So thank you for that. Next, I'd like to update you on the VA, the potential VA hospital on our campus. Earlier this year, the VA informed the university that they would be closing their current RFP and opening a new one, encouraging us to apply. And just recently, we submitted our new RFP jointly with the state. And you're all familiar where the NSHE building is in Northern Nevada. There are two parcels immediately to the west. No, we're not touching that building, the NSHE building, but to the west of that building, there are two state buildings. So we filed a joint response to that RFP, which encompasses about 30 acres. And again, you've heard me say it before, that it could be incredibly impactful for our School of Medicine, for the Orvis School of Nursing, for our School of Social Work, School of Public Health, and obviously be a great service to our veterans. We know that we are the only site being considered at this time. And again, I want to emphasize, as I've said before, none of this happens without your review and approval. And so if indeed that we are selected as a site, we will bring this to you all to go through everything. And again, the final decision is up to the Board of Regents, but certainly this would be a game changer for our campus, for our community, and for the veterans of Northern Nevada. And we certainly will keep you updated as we move forward. Next, I'm pleased to share the findings of a recent independent study. In the fall, the university contracted with Lightcast, a leading firm in economic impact analysis, to provide an economic impact study for the university using FY23 data. The findings were incredibly encouraging. The university contributed $2.2 billion to the Nevada economy, equivalent to 1% of the state's total gross state product, and surpassing 1/3 of the entire arts, entertainment, and recreation industry. Our economic activity supported 23,063 jobs, meaning 1 in every 94 jobs in Nevada is tied to the university and its students. The university generates more in tax revenue than it receives. I think there's some individuals on this board that are very interested in that. We earn $1.80 in cumulative value for every public dollar invested in the university, so we're very proud of that. A University of Nevada, Reno bachelor's degree boosts annual earnings by $31,800 compared to a high school diploma in Nevada. Our research spending, and this was, again, prior year's numbers, but added $164 million to the Nevada economy, supporting 1,763 jobs. Former University of Nevada, Reno students currently employed in Nevada contributed $1.5 billion in added income in fiscal year 2022 and 2023. So all of this is to say this analysis reaffirms the university's significant contribution to the Nevada economy, just demonstrating our positive impact on business and the strong return on investments for our students, taxpayers, and society, as well as our faculty. And I believe we sent a regional alert yesterday with this, but we will provide you the entire findings of that study. And speaking of our wonderful students and our wonderful faculty, I'm proud to share that in May, we will have nearly 2,900 graduates walk the precious grounds of the quad. And of course, all of you are invited to attend, and I encourage you to attend. We'd be pleased and honored to have you there. That would be May 15th through the 17th. So, Madam Chair, this completes my update. Thank you for the opportunity.
President Pollard.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, the entire Board of Regents, and Chancellor Carlton. Let me start off by saying it's an honor to welcome you to the campus of Nevada State University and welcome to our newest Regents. I just want to clearly indicate that Regent McGrath, you understood the assignment. I love the black and gold, so thank you very much for that. But more importantly, I'm so glad that for many of you, this is your first time on our campus, and I hope that you will have the experience that we expect all of our visitors and students to have. There's a palpable energy on this campus, and I hope that you find it as special as we do. I also want to acknowledge and thank Officer in Charge Heavey for his dedication to his institution during this transition period. And as Cornell West says of Bell Hooks, to Dr. Karen Hilgersom, you are a friend of mine. You will be missed deeply. And I think Dr. Kibler was reminding us that this is going to be his last meeting as well. So, no, not really. One more. Okay, so I'll still say you've been a wonderful colleague in terms of how you show up. So thank you for that. It's always a wonderful opportunity to express appreciation and to showcase our campus. And I'm sure that each of you knows that a lot of work goes behind the scenes to ensure that these meetings are successful. In addition to the outstanding colleagues that we have at the system office, I also want to thank everyone from the Nevada State team who put so many hours and months and planning that goes into this meeting. Particularly, as you know, this is the largest space we have on our campus. So to figure out how to make this work as well as how to make the other meetings work, just tremendously grateful to everyone who did that. As has been noted a couple times here, it should not go unnoticed that this meeting is really occurring while we all work to navigate a constantly changing federal landscape and make the best decisions based on the information that we have at the time. It's my hope that in the face of this uncertainty, that over the next 2 days, we're particularly intentional about plotting paths forward that is in the best interest of our students, faculty, staff, and our campus communities. What strikes me most right now, even in this midst of uncertainty, is that we have to confront things with two options. We can either let our work grind to a halt, or we can forge ahead with the confidence that the work we're doing is necessary and puts our institutions in a positive way to thrive beyond this moment. So I'd like to offer to you that my updates today about Nevada State University are with that spirit in mind, about resiliency and our collective desire to push ahead and boldly plan for the future. So with that in mind, we will be engaging this year is a very important one as we're going through a revision of our strategic plan. This is work that will, our current one sunsets this spring. So our strategic planning committee is already meeting and laying a strong foundation for the work that will take place over this next year. Our next step will be gaining input from across our campus community to guide our efforts. In fact, just last week, our leadership team went on a bus tour of North Las Vegas to engage beyond our campus and to really deepen our understanding of where our students are coming from and the pipeline that gets them to Nevada State. We made steps at Now Elementary to observe a bilingual education class, the CSN Cheyenne campus to discuss strengthening our already powerful transfer pipeline, and also to the North Las Vegas City Hall to discuss how we can continue to grow our presence in that community. Speaking of our presence in North Las Vegas, I'm excited to share a development with you just from this past week. We're working to solidify a partnership with the North Las Vegas Library District so that this fall we will be offering 2 undergraduate courses at the Alexander Library branch. And I will continue to keep you updated as we move through the signing of our MOU and selecting what courses will be signed. But I think this is a perfect example of how you create partnerships that allow us to think outside of the box to meet the needs of our community and our students. One of my favorite parts of our tour were running into Nevada State alumni. We met 3 teachers who are graduates of Nevada State at Now Elementary, as well as the public information specialist for the city of North Las Vegas, who all graduated from Nevada State. It is so wonderful to see Scorpions doing the work that they do, and we know it's important as we do our environmental scan that we're very intentional about the work that we're doing to help craft a bright future for our institution. Our timeline calls for us to be bringing forth this new strategic plan to the Board of Regents for your review, consideration, and hopeful approval at your December quarterly meeting. Secondly, throughout my tenure at Nevada State, I've pushed the institution to evaluate its structure and to make adjustments accordingly to ensure that we're maximizing our resources to serve the most number of students. After nearly a year of planning, last month we announced the creation of our Student Transition and Retention, or STAR unit. This STAR model is grounded in evidence-based practices for supporting holistic student success and will take in effect May 1st. This new unit will absorb many of our student success programs, such as our summer bridge cohorts and peer mentoring. This will make sure that more students receive the supports they need to be successful and achieve their goal of obtaining a college degree, while also advancing operational alignment and fiscal sustainability. With any such big activity and change, we're continuing to finalize all the specific details. However, as that occurs, we will also continue to engage our campus community to ensure that all students and employees are aware of the programs and the resources available to them. I'm proud that these changes that are coming about will have no attrition in our workforce and leverages the various expertise of our staff, and I'm grateful to those who have already agreed to take on these new responsibilities as we continue to plan for a growing organization. Now, when we met with you just last December, you approved for us a student fee to assist with our efforts to launch an athletics program. While this fee is essential, we continue to seek private dollars to bolster this effort.
During the State of the University address in January, I was excited to announce that we had a $50,000 gift from the Nevada State University Foundation and a $100,000 donation from the Las Vegas Raiders to support our women's flag football. That was followed by a gift from the Vegas Golden Knights, gifting us $50,000. And I'm so grateful to have the opportunity of our local professional teams as we began this athletics journey. I also want to say very grateful to our peer institutions. The athletic directors and their teams have been generous in their insights about things to avoid and things also to think about as we move forward. So just want to thank them for that. We're also most fortunate to have State Senator and former Regent Shelley Cruz Crawford helping us advance a bill this session that will create a Nevada State's license plate that will provide another revenue stream for our athletics program, as well as basic needs items for students and faculty and staff. I'll also say I was a little jealous when I first moved here and went to buy a car. And they said, oh, look at all these beautiful license plates you can get. So I started flipping through them and I said, oh, I love UNR, but I can't put that on my car. Then I get down and I said, oh, UNLV, oh, I love them too, but I can't put that on my car. Where I know I'm going to get the then Nevada State College one. And to my chagrin and somewhat frustration, there was not one there. So the next time I buy a car, there will be one there. If not before, then I'll have one. So we're very excited about that. We love this idea for our students, faculty, alumni, and supporters to display their Scorpion pride as we enter into this new space. And we're currently recruiting an athletics director with the goal of having that individual on board by July 1. As my colleagues have all commented on, I want to call out a very special agenda item on our calendar here, the advancement of 19 faculty for tenure or promotion at Nevada State. This marks the most number that we have had in a single year, of our highest, I think, of being 9 in 2022. I want to congratulate these faculty. My colleagues have said this is an incredible milestone. I remember when I was granted tenure, and I will tell you the work that goes into preparing for that and sitting to wait for a board to take action on this process. It is something that is a thing that you will never forget. I still remember mine to this day. So I want to thank our faculty for what they do in advancing their careers, but also their commitment to our students and ensuring that we deliver the most talented faculty to deliver on a compelling mission. Finally, I am proud to report that last month I sent a memo accepting the recommendations of the governance task force that I convened in 2023 on this campus. It became clear that as we continue to mature as an organization, there was an important work to be done around constructing a governance model that fits the institution that we are in 2025, not the one we were in 2002. As a task force embarked on this work, we agreed to adopt a common definition of shared governance that is the joint responsibility of faculty, staff, administration, students, and the governing board to govern our institution. Moreover, that any difference in the weight of each group's voice should be determined by the extent of its responsibility for an issue, the impact of the decision on the group's work, and the group's expertise in that issue. I want to tell you, this has been hard work. It's not sexy. It's not the thing that you actually want to engage in on a routine basis, but it was essential. And I want to applaud the task force for agreeing to this shared definition, as well as thinking about how governance needs to look on our campus to advance the needs of our institution. They worked diligently for 18 months. They brought forth a set of recommendations that I have accepted. It was difficult, but also at times uncomfortable. But I have learned that that is where I have always grown the most personally when those moments occur, and I am excited about what this means for our institution. As we look forward, and I'm assuming, Madam Chair, you'd like me to frame our presentation?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. I always think the best parts of this, although the work you do is very important, Regents, the best part of the meeting for me is always listening to what happens on the college campuses from my peers and literally getting ideas as I sit here. But I'm also profoundly pleased every month when we get to hear from the faculty and staff and students about the projects they're doing. So it is with great pleasure today that I bring forth a faculty presentation which will focus on the ongoing efforts for no-cost and low-cost textbooks courses here at Nevada State. Since 2017, these efforts have saved students more than $1.5 million in textbooks. This is aligned with our commitment to reducing the barriers that stop students from completing college. Elena Manchuk, who currently serves as Nevada State's Outreach and Engagement Librarian, coming up here, she's so wonderful, will speak to work done by the library to engage our faculty and help them find free resources to transition their classes to no or low-cost options. And then we have Vo Dung Hu, who is our distinguished lecturer of neurosciences and anatomy and physiology, who will provide a firsthand faculty account of this process and how he has been able to incorporate these resources into his courses. And throughout the presentations are student testimonials about this important work and how it has been beneficial for their collegial experience. With that in mind, I'm honored to introduce my colleagues who will inevitably shine. Only thing I ask, if you have hard questions, ask them of me, but give them an opportunity to shine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Pollard. Good afternoon. My name is Elena Manchuk, and I'm excited to be here representing our university library team. I'm very excited to be here during a special week. So this is actually Open Education Week, which is a global effort dedicated to promoting accessible and affordable learning. So this is really a perfect opportunity to highlight the innovative work that we're doing here on campus around textbook affordability. And I'm excellent. So I'm going to begin with a brief overview of textbook affordability and the work that we're doing on campus. And as President Pollard mentioned, as part of that, we'll be hearing actually from some of our students about how textbook costs have impacted them. We'll also hear from Dr. Duong about his perspective as an instructor engaging in this textbook affordability work. So to start, why is textbook affordability a problem? Well, research shows that the cost of textbooks has been increasing rapidly over the last few decades. As you can see in this graph here, the orange line represents the Consumer Price Index, which is a measure of inflation. And the purple line above it represents the cost of textbooks. So the cost of textbooks has been rising much faster than inflation over the last few decades. Now, you might be wondering about how does that kind of translate to what a student might pay out of cost for their textbooks? Well, according to the latest estimate from the College Board, students can expect to pay an annual cost of $1,290 for their textbooks and course materials. And again, that's something that they're paying each year. Now, if you look at survey results from our students about why they actually choose to come here to Nevada State, affordability is by far #1, and textbook costs are a part of that affordability picture. So we recently asked some of our students actually in this building about how textbook costs have impacted them. So here's what they had to say.
I find myself worrying about textbooks more than what the actual class will often have to offer.
Financially stressing me, but also emotionally stressing me as well. I believe that not being able to pay for textbooks can cause a lot of stress, and it's something that I should not worry about. It should be my studies that I should worry about.
I think the most that I've paid, I think it was well over $200 for a textbook, yeah, unfortunately.
I thought that they would be like 20 and below, but like the 70, 80, I was not expecting for the cost to be around that range at all.
Yeah, when I had to buy my first textbook, I was very surprised because, my first textbook was like $80, and I was like, oh, I do not have $80 to give to one class.
About 180 was like the most expensive, 180 to 200, yeah.
I think I had to pay $200, and that was the most I had to pay for it.
A film textbook that was $300 one time, and that shocked me.
The most I have paid for a textbook is around $600, and that was for an online textbook.
Textbook costs have been a burden for me, especially with speech pathologist textbooks coming in every semester. It can get pretty pricey over time.
when it comes to buying textbooks, because I'm a science major, we have to buy a lot of textbooks, and a lot of times they're very expensive. So it's definitely not something I would prefer to do or want to do. So I usually look for classes where they're like, oh, you don't really need the textbooks, or we're getting it right from the PDF.
I will have to, I often talk to my professors and have them be honest with me. It's like, do I really need this? Like, can I find this in a PDF somewhere? Can I find it like where I could rent it? Because we all have to save money for college students.
So I don't really get financial aid, and so I do pay a lot of out of pocket for my tuition, and so the cost of textbooks just adds on to like all of the bills and everything that I have to pay outside of school, and so it's just really hard to sometimes keep up with all the textbooks that our classes just ask for.
I have considered dropping out of the nursing program because of the cost of textbooks, and just thinking about how I'm going to make it has made it scary and doubt my efforts to be able to complete it.
So as you heard, textbook costs are a meaningful issue for many of our students. So what can we do about that? Well, one alternative to traditional textbooks is something called OER, which stands for Open Educational Resources. And OER are teaching and learning materials that are free of cost and also free of access barriers. One prominent publisher of OER you may have heard of is called OpenStax, and they publish OER textbooks for a lot of common courses that instructors are able to freely use, and some of our instructors have used those in their adoptions. So at the university library, we wanted to partner with our instructors to help reduce those costs for students. Since 2017, we've supported instructors in adopting materials that are either freely available online or through the library collection. And that work's taken the form of consultations, library ebook purchases, conversion grants, as well as summer institutes to support the instructors with that extra work that they're doing in converting their course materials. And now I'm excited to share some of the highlights of our OER efforts, which include that we have saved students over $1.5 million to date. So we're really excited about that. We also believe that we are the first library in our Carnegie class to offer this type of intensive faculty development with OER via the Institute model. And then finally, we've worked with over 40% of our full-time instructors on campus. So as you can see, they are very dedicated to this work. And that includes my colleague here, Dr. Vu Duong, who will share a little bit about his experience in the program.
Thank you, Elena. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Again, my name is Vu Duong. I'm a lecturer at Nevada State University. So, I gotta go back. Anyway, that's fine. So why did I choose a no-cost textbook? Honestly, I think the students spoke for me on that category, right? And that's really the driving force for me to participate in this program. So I did this last summer in 2024. And the reason why I did that, again, was to save our student a lot of money, but also for me as an instructor, allowed me the ability to be more flexible in my teaching, to be able to use current literature, and not go through the, the one-size-fit-all type thing. So what happened over the last, let's say, 2 semesters? Well, as you can see there, that I chose 3 upper division courses that I have taught over the years, Bio 414, 440, and 475. Now, why did I choose these 3 courses? Well, for 3 reasons, really. The first reason is, as I say, these were courses taught by me. So the transition is a lot easier when it's taught by one faculty. So for me, it was an easy decision to make. The second, really, because the class size was much smaller, so I can actually maintain some sort of study, assess the efficacy of the no-cost textbook. And the third is actually the resources. Now, in my experience, the lower division courses often have a lot more resources to the student. I don't want to name any proprietary thing like Pearson, McGraw-Hill. They have them for lower division courses. However, upper division is actually very, very minimal, even for faculty at the same time. So those 3 reasons are really the reason why I chose the 3 upper division courses. Now, as far as my experience is concerned, when I chose these 3 courses, I thought that 414 was going to be the most challenging one of all of them. Endocrinology is actually a very secular topic, a very challenging topic in of itself. But as it turned out, it was actually a very easy one for me to actually get the course going for 2 different reasons. as mentioned, the library actually has the textbook that I actually want to use already. So that saved the student cost. Second of all, I actually researched online and found actually an online textbook written by Dr. Richard Bowen at Colorado State University. And he and I actually spoke in person. And he's like, you know, Vu, use it as you see wish. Use it all you want. It's up to you. So with those two resources, that course became an airfare easy to set up for the fall semester. Bio 440 Physiology, again, the book was very easy to choose. A lot of good resources. Again, very, very succinct to our student, good readability. 475 Neurobiology is a different story. That course was a challenge because books were written at lower division, upper division, medical school level, residency and fellowship level. But some are written as neuroscience textbook, written as neurobiology textbook, neuropsychology, neuropharmacology. So to find the right book was a little bit difficult. So I chose one textbook from Michigan State University, Dr. Valerie Hedges. And that book is perfect for our student. Every chapter has actually a video that accompany that to address hard, challenging concept. Also, it has what I call quick check question, and every chapter has a 5-question quiz at the very end. And so with that, the student was very happy with that. And when they did an end of semester evaluation, they were very happy with the no-cost textbook. They enjoyed the accessibility. And so I thought it was a good success in that respect. Now, to be honest, the 440 is actually this semester, so I get their feedback end of this semester. So what's my goal moving forward? I also teach anatomy and physiology, so I wanted to kind of get our faculty on board to maybe think about no-cost textbook. Now, there's one challenge. There are 7 of us teaching A&P, 3 full-time and 4 adjunct faculty. Now, after the fall semester, I actually planted the seed on our debriefing email, and based on the reply of the faculty, they're open to the no-cost textbook. We have not yet met to discuss the logistic, but I'm hoping that we can move forward with this, if not by this year, by next year. So thank you for your time.
And I should note that Vu has the distinction of being the only instructor participating in one of our programs who converted 3 courses in one program. It's very impressive work. So thanks to the work of Vu and his colleagues, we've been able to make a lot of progress in reducing these textbook costs for students. Just last semester in fall 2024, 65% of the course sections had 0 cost for required learning materials. And then we've also looked at student success data to measure the impact of our efforts. So the following slides, what you'll see is anonymous student data looking at both grades and 1 semester retention for about 1,400 students over 2 years of our course conversions. And so again, in these slides, these are comparing 2 versions of the same course. On the left, the paid textbook version of the course, and on the right, the no-cost textbook version. So as you can see, the percent of students who received a B+ or better was about 4.5% higher for the no-cost textbook version of the course. And then we also saw, so move to the next slide, we also saw improvements at the other end of the grading scale as well. So when we look at DFW rates, so that's students who received a D or F grade or withdrew from the course, that was about 7% lower with the no-cost textbook. And then finally, we looked at 1 semester retention. So this is the number of students who remained enrolled from 1 semester to the next. And so again, with the paid textbook version of the course, about a little over 79% of students were retained compared to a little over 86%. So when it came to retention, the no-cost textbook version of the course, 7% higher. And so while all of those data give us valuable insights about the impact of our program, I think that the firsthand accounts from the students really give us the most compelling evidence of the meaningful difference that these efforts can make. So we're going to actually hear from our students again, and this time they'll be sharing about what it means to them to be in a class where they don't have to pay for textbook costs. And that's because their instructor has either adopted OER or library materials.
Yeah, I do have a couple of classes where I don't need to have a physical textbook. It's either online and I didn't have to pay for it, or they had a PDF of it. And that was really nice because I didn't have to pay extra.
So actually, this is the first semester where a lot of my books are being offered by my professor, like through the modules. So it has been really convenient because I don't have to go out of my way to try to find the textbooks and purchase them.
So I have used the library services to be able to find some textbooks that I may not be able to afford, and I could just rent out here, and saves me a lot of time and money.
I think that's really important, because sometimes students just don't have the resources to buy the textbooks that they need.
Classes I'm in right now, I don't have to buy any textbooks. All of my teachers, they gave us the links to them so we can just go through there. And that definitely has saved me this semester especially because I'm taking a lot of science and chemistry classes, it's just been so easy just being able to go straight through.
Yes, a few courses this semester, our textbooks were provided within the module, so I was super grateful and appreciative for that because it's just one less step and makes the semester just a little bit easier.
So I want to thank our students for sharing their stories with us. I think that listening to our students is really the best way that we can understand the impact of textbook affordability issues and the OER work that we're doing on our campus. And thank you to all of you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation and really focusing it on students. That's just like you said, it's so important to hear from them and to know that the effort that you're putting forth is really paying off in terms of retention and success for our students. So thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Oh, I have Vice Chair Downs and then Regent Brown and then Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you. I appreciate that presentation and what you're doing for students. And I've adopted OERs as much as I can that's feasible for students. But do you ever find that students are preferring a paper book? And maybe that's a thing of the past. But do some people want that physical book that they can, take the highlighter and make notes in the margins? Or are people adapting to having maybe an iPad or tablet where they can write on it instead?
Thanks for that question, Vice Chair Downs. Elena Manjuk for the record. Yes, so that's a great question. There are options with certain OER textbooks. So actually, OpenStax, which was the publisher that I had mentioned, does actually offer an option to print out their OER materials if students so choose. I also would say that I think the convenience and accessibility of online materials does appeal to a lot of our students.
Okay, thank you.
Regent Brown.
Thank you so much. Regent Brown from the record. You touched on the fact that you have conversion grants, and I know the professor has taken advantage of them. Can you tell a little bit more about where those grants come from and how they're administered?
Yes. Thank you so much, Regent Brown. So the question's about our conversion grants that we offer. So we do offer grant programs such as the one that Dr. Duong participated in to support instructors in taking on that extra workload, right? There's thinking about everything that goes into faculty workload and all of the time and effort that it takes with converting all of your course materials. We're very happy to be able to offer that incentive and the structure and support system to be able to do that. And we are grateful to our provost office for sponsoring those incentives. Thank you.
Do you mind if I ask, what is, and maybe it's not super germane, but what's the monetary value of a grant like this? Does it depend on how much the textbook would have been without it, or is it based off of the course level of 100 level is going to be different than a 400 level?
Yeah, so the grants that the instructors receive is the same. I will say in evaluating the applications that we receive to participate in the program, we do consider how many course sections there are, so how much of an impact this will have. I know in our last program, for example, we had an English 100 and 101 instructor who was doing that kind of on behalf of those course sections, which there are 66 of those course sections, I believe, per year. And so you can see where, again, we do opt to, maximize the value of that with the courses that we're working with.
Wonderful. And then my last follow-up is, once you've given a grant for an ORE conversion in English 100, is that English 100 material used in perpetuity with other professors, or does each professor get an opportunity to create their own curriculum and materials?
Yeah, and so I think, I don't know if you wanted to speak to this as well, Vu, but I know as he was kind of referencing as well, it is important to, discuss this with all of the faculty involved in teaching the course and working with them to make sure that, these are materials that they want to teach with. So I know that's something that Vu is considering as he's thinking about the anatomy and physiology sections, for example. And I know that we have course coordinators for certain of those high impact courses that a lot of our students are taking. And so I believe they are working to standardize where they can, of course, with the support of the faculty in those areas.
Again, this is Vu Duong for the record. So to answer your question, Regent Brown, that's why I chose the 3 upper division, because they were so instructor to make it a little easier the transition process. But one of the things that I did share with our A&P faculty is that it is something that not only do we save a lot of the money, but it could also in many ways standardize the course across the equity and delivery for all of our students in that respect. So like I said, I hope that we can move forward with that with our A&P faculty. So we'll keep you posted on that.
Yeah, wonderful. And I know this is a fairly new conversion and we're working towards it, but I think that sounds great. If there is a standard English 101 material, then the professor makes it their own. But if there's already some baseline, yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of growth here. And so it's exciting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your presentation. Thank you. All right, we will next move on to item number 3, public comment. For those who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 933-5568-7402 and then passcode 555555. Is there any public comment at GBC?
There is none at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
None in Reno.
Thank you. Is there any public comment here at NSU? Please state and spell your name. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Doug Unger, D-O-U-G-U-N-G-E-R, Chapter President of the Nevada Faculty Alliance for UNLV. I'd like to thank President Pollard for hosting this meeting this afternoon. And I'll say, at the risk of getting in trouble with my own students, I actually think that NSU has among the nicest students in our system. I've spent many hours on this campus, and they're just so very nice. And I think that has something to do with President Pollard's leadership. I'd just like to very quickly talk about the agenda for tomorrow. Agenda number 20, the budget and legislative initiatives and bills that you're going to talk about. And please look at the NFA Kent Irvin's white paper on the history of COLAs and NSHE and the corresponding and varying state budgetary responses. It's very illuminating to understand that history, and I think it'll help us with trying to get the one-shot funding for COLAs. I'd also like to ask you all to pay attention to an upcoming bill that hasn't been heard yet, that's not on your list, which is AB 188. Which would restore the health care contributions to retirees that were removed post-2011. This $13 a month per year of service, capped at 20 years, will help with the hiring and retention and is of our employees, all our employees and our faculty especially, and is the right thing to do. Plus, it doesn't have any direct impact on the general fund. So please pay attention to that. Also, for the NFA opposes, and I know many other faculty oppose, the proposed title change to Title II, Chapter 6, Section 16.132, because it would remove transparency. However, I talked with Counselor Martinez about the possibility of offering a choice of either going private or public with those hearings, in which case I think we would support the title change. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Dr. Deborah Arteaga, DEBORAHARTEAGA, Faculty Senate Chair of UNLV. I want to thank President Whitfield for his service. From the beginning, President Whitfield showed that he was very supportive of shared governance. In our first meeting, he gave me his cell phone number. Whenever I texted him, he answered back within the hour. He was similarly responsive to my emails and solicited my opinion frequently. His response to the December 6th shooting illustrated his humanity. A psychologist by training, President Whitfield spearheaded the UNLV Strong website and continued to make sure that we were aware of available resources. UNLV also provided a stipend of $1,500 to offset employees' mental health expenses following the shooting. As someone who lost a dear friend and colleague, Japanese professor Dr. Naoko Takemaru, I will be forever grateful for Dr. Whitfield's concern for us. He understood that the essence of UNLV is its people. Thank you, President Whitfield. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Regents. My name is Lauren Aumann, Naumann. I want to first recognize and thank President Hilgerson and President Pollard for kind of acknowledging the federal climate that we are dealing with as it relates to part of my comment today. I stand before you in many capacities. I'm faculty here at Nevada State University for almost 12 years. I'm a current department chair of psychology and counseling, and I'm currently the lead principal investigator on a $1 million National Science Foundation award that is under threat of cancellation because it aims to support the retention of underrepresented faculty in STEM by addressing inequitable workload between men and women. My first request to you today is to take a firm and unwavering stance in defense of science, research, and our institutions that drive discovery and innovation. The recent funding cuts and dismantling of key agencies threaten not only the progress of scientific inquiry, but also the very foundation of higher education and public well-being. Faculty who have been dedicating their lives to advancing knowledge and serving the public good now find their work devalued and their careers destabilized. Tomorrow will be the Stand Up for Science rallies all across the nation, and I call on you all to use your power and positions to stand against the politicization of science and advocate for the protection of research and funding to ensure that our universities can continue to be an engine for medical breakthroughs, technological advancements, and the training ground for our next generation of researchers and problem solvers. My second request is that you recognize the Nevada Faculty Alliance application to conduct an election to establish collective bargaining here at Nevada State as described in Agenda Item 40. Our academic faculty dedicate themselves to success of students and deserve the protections that collective bargaining affords. Improved working conditions for faculty means improved learning conditions for our students. Finally, I want to congratulate all of my colleagues who will be awarded tenure today, who have been selected as rising researchers, as well as my own research assistant who is selected as Nevada State University's Regents Scholar, Celeste Velasquez. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jim New of the Nevada Faculty Alliance. First of all, I'd like to also offer congratulations on behalf of all NFA members to our colleagues who have been nominated for tenure. It's exciting and gratifying to see our coworkers reach this milestone in their careers after years of preparation and rigorous review that's unlike any other career path. You've truly earned the protections that tenure affords, especially for the challenging years that lie ahead for higher education. The tumult of the presidential transition in Washington has been exceptionally difficult for colleges and universities across the country. Now, while we're grateful for the rapid responses from our campus administrators to challenge orders that have fiscal impacts, we hope you will be equally concerned about the unprecedented actions that could dismantle the principles of academic freedom and free speech, shared governance, and due process. We ask you to avoid the trap of anticipatory obedience before official guidance is settled. NFA's national affiliates, the AAUP and the AFT, have succeeded in obtaining temporary injunctions on several orders, but more needs to be done. This is not a time to hide under the cover of neutrality or adopt restrictive policies on campus in anticipation of what may be ordered in Washington. Please put yourself in the shoes of so many of our students who have invested years and money in their chosen fields of study only to see their graduate options threatened. Overreacting with restrictive policies will cause real and potentially irreparable damage, and it will be the students who ultimately pay. Please remain vigilant and join us in resisting these unprecedented attacks on the institutions and the people you are charged with protecting. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Regents, Chancellor, Faculty Senate Chairs, Presidents. Welcome, Regent McGrath. Welcome to the board. Kent Irvin, ERVIN, Director of Government Relations, Nevada Faculty Alliance. For over 40 years, the Nevada Faculty Alliance has advocated at the legislature on behalf of our members. This session, we have a team from NFA's Government Relations Committee in Carson City. We are talking with legislators, testifying on bills, and meeting regularly with leadership of both houses. NFA's budget priorities align with those of the Nevada system of higher education, and we work to have common messaging on our shared goals. Our highest priority when we talk with money committee members is investing in campus safety. We are pleased that the governor's recommended budget, or GovRec, includes $11 million in one-shot appropriations, but we push for funding of NSHE's full request, including continuing needs for police staffing. We also advocate for the phased-in approach to funding the new NSHE funding formula, holding UNLV and UNR harmless that's in GovRec. But we are disappointed that this was changed from an enhancement in GovRec to one-time funding after the amendments. Next, the extraordinary FY24 and FY 2025 cost of living adjustments need to be funded for the future at 80% per GovRec, but with continuing funding. Finally, since the 12% plus 11% extraordinary COLAs this biennium only partially made up for past stagnation of compensation for state service, and with the retirement contribution increase of 1.75% and inflation running at 3%, COLAs of 5% for FY26 and 3% of FY27 are needed just to stay even with the purchasing power of take-home pay for state employees. As always, NFA's advocacy at the legislature is a collaborative effort with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other public comment here at Nevada State. SCS, is there any public comment on the phone?
No callers at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 4, Regents Welcome, Introductions and Reports. So at this time, I'll open the floor to Regents. And I would just ask you to limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. I've got Regent Brown and I have Regent McGrath and Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you so much, Regent Brown, for the record. First, I want to start off with just a quick, we heard it in ARSA, and if you attended the workforce meeting a couple days ago? Really excited about a workforce gap analysis study that's coming out. It's going to create a more systeminess system by streamlining the process and offering some of the same credit for AP, CLEP, CTE, credit for prior learning, military service, and that's just the beginning because as the state's workforce pipeline, we're going to break down some of these barriers and make it equitable to attend any of our campuses and with any of these pre-existing potential credit sources. So that's exciting. Also want to give a quick update about the CSN Presidential Search Committee. We have 4 incredible candidates that were their names were released yesterday. On Monday and Tuesday, they'll be doing their campus visits. On Wednesday, the committee will meet at the CSN Charleston campus. And then on Thursday, also at the CSN Charleston campus, this board will gather to hopefully make a decision on the next CSN president. I asked the student body presidents here to give me some high-level points that they wanted me to highlight, so I want to share that. GBC, SGA, ELCO is hosting a student award ceremony where each department will recognize their dedicated students. WNC ASWN has a rural day at the legislature on March 24th.
Just real quick, I'm sorry, Regent Brown, I appreciate you speaking on behalf of the students here, but they do have time
I know,
for
I
theirs
checked
as
I
well.
checked with them.
Okay.
They have something else. I
Okay,
asked them.
okay.
I'm excited for them. So, and then CSN, UNLV CSN helped work with the Vice President of Student Affairs to reopen the dorms early for students impacted by the LA wildfires. And CSN has 100 students heading to Carson City next month for their day. And then, of course, NSU is still advocating really heavily for policies. The other two things, Officer in charge, Heavey recognized this, but I think it would be remiss if we didn't say congratulations to our national champions. It's their 12th title. It's the Rebel Girls. But I also want to acknowledge that they have been invited to represent the United States in the hip hop division to the 2025 ICU World Championship, which is a huge honor for one of our institutions. But they do need help fundraising. So if there's anybody in the public that'd be willing to donate to their cause, they're about $24,000 short. You can go to rebelraiser.unlv.edu. And the last thing I want to say is congratulations to the Lady Rebels for their 4-peat on Mountain West regular championship, back to back to back to back. That's a huge accomplishment. That's exciting. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent McGrath.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I just wanted to thank you and Vice Chair Downs, my fellow regents, the presidents, and many, many people here at the meeting, as well as the NSHE staff, for the very, very warm welcome that I've received. I really appreciate it. And I don't want to go out of order, but I did want to thank Regent Brager for nominating Lois Tarkanian for Distinguished Nevadan Award. That is so needed. And it's an honor to step into her shoes. They are very, very big shoes to fill. Her impact in education in our community was remarkable, quite remarkable. And if I can achieve even a fraction of that, I will have succeeded. So thank you again so much for the warm welcome. And thank you, Regent Brager.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Just since December, some of us went to the ACCT Legislative Summit. It was in Washington, D.C. the first week of February, and most of you know I'm the chair-elect for the organization, and we're very concerned too about all the changes. We couldn't even have the Department of Education person come because we didn't have anybody confirmed at that point. So we spent our time listening to lawyers, not taking legal advice, but trying to navigate through some of these changes because they're almost happening faster than we can almost even keep up. And as the chair-elect of this organization, I am in charge of the Policy and Advocacy Committee, and we meet from March to September. We meet once a month, and the first meeting we had, we threw it out to the entire body because there's just so much going on. We had over 800 people sign up, and there was over 600 of us actually on the phone. So Regents and especially community colleges, universities can listen in too if they want, but we are going to continue to throw our meetings open to the entire body. So you just go in and register on a Zoom link, and we're going to try to keep everybody as abreast as we can, and you can also sign up. There's it's called there's an update if you go on our website, like the law alerts that will be coming out. So we're really on top of it. And I also want to do a shout out. I think he's in the audience. We have Andrew Nagorski here. He's our sales rep. Andrew, are you here somewhere? From Lucian. He hosted us for a dinner in Washington, D.C. He's a local Henderson resident. Hope he runs for Regent someday when there's an opening there. And he just is a marvelous partner for us. I also participated with the Chronicle of Higher Education. We were invited to a webinar that they had. It was really worthwhile to listen to all that too. And one of the things I did, I came down for the CSN spring kind of vacation, jumped in a rental car, drove to Ely. It's a beautiful drive, long drive, and then went to their town hall meeting, which was great. I got a lot of nice compliments from the community members for taking the time to come. And then I spent the night and drove to Elko the next day and did the same thing. And the Winnemucca one was later, but it got a little bit changed. And anyway, I drove back to Reno after putting like 830 miles on my rental car from Monday to Wednesday. So, but it was really great to get down to rural Nevada. I mean, honestly, if you haven't done it, you really need to do it. I had never taken that drive. It is just beautiful. And take me tomorrow. Yeah, Pete goes. I want to welcome Regent McGrath too. She's going to be a great addition to our board. And I don't know if I'm right, but are we now a female majority board? We were before? Oh, we still are then. We still are then, which is wonderful. So, and let's not forget, and April is Community College Month, so make sure we're doing great things for community colleges. And I do also want to congratulate everyone that made tenure. It is very hard. And I'm done. That was my 3 minutes.
Wow, you had a
That's why I said
timer on that? Thank
I
you.
had a timer.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, because we're behind.
Yes, we are.
No.
All right. Any other regents? Regent Goodman.
First of all, I wanted to welcome Regent McGrath. I think you're going to be a great addition, and we're all very excited for you to be here. And I want to say something that might not be so popular, but I want to say it. I see that there's a lot of uncertainty. I've heard about research that's been pulled through USAID, and I can understand why there's so much uncertainty out there. But please, when we say we want to protect our students, we're also trying to protect our students from a building $36 trillion debt. So I'm going to do my best to try to help navigate this and to try to speak some reason as we work through all of this. But at the same time, it's a significant debt, and we can't continue to build on that for our students, for our children, for our future. So I'm going to just leave it at that.
Thank you. Seeing no other regent comments, I will move to item number 5, Chair of the Nevada Student Alliance report. And for this, I will go to President Kevin Osorio Hernandez.
Oh, is it on? Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Chair Carvalho, Chancellor, Regents, Presidents, faculty, and students. Today marks a moment of both celebration and reflection. It is actually the final quarterly meeting of our term, and I want to take this opportunity to recognize the phenomenal leadership of my fellow student body presidents across Nevada. While this is our last meeting together, it is also a beginning, one marked by the upcoming graduation of Presidents Teresa Marie, Janeth Vances-Balvis, Dawson Deal, Carolina Wilson, Tanya Actor, Alistair Dias, and yours truly. Additionally, I want to welcome President Jennifer Rodriguez Serrano, who was actually recently sworn in as the new Great Basin College student president. This is her first meeting, so congratulations, my friend. I would also like to acknowledge and thank Regent Brown, Regent Fernandez, Regent Goicoechea, Assembly Member Mosca, Senator Cruz Crawford, Tillery Williams, and the Office of the Secretary of State for fruitful discussions within the Nevada Student Alliance. So now here are some updates from our student government associations. I'll start with mine, since we are on my campus. NSHE has renewed its focus on community engagement, partnering with organizations like Baby's Bounty, which I know you all had the opportunity to engage with yesterday, the Just One Project, and reading to the elementary students across our valley. We've also been working with executive leadership to support our undocumented population, building on a resolution passed last year. Additionally, NSHE has been tracking legislation and providing testimony on healthcare-related issues and other bills. We decided to align our legislative priorities with that of the Nevada Student Alliance. And additionally, I've had the opportunity of joining the annual leadership bus tour, as mentioned by President Pollard, which was, at least to me, and I'm sure to other folks within our leadership team, a very valuable and, for me, a cathartic experience in preparing for our strategic plan. As mentioned during the presentation, This is Open Education Week, and I am elated to share that I have been working on a bill is it on? There we go. This is Open Education Week, and I am elated to share that I have been working on a bill in which I received language just recently. My bill on higher education includes key provisions on open educational resources, food security measures, a topic that has been a priority for me my 2 years, and a priority for the Nevada Student Alliance, along with other provisions as well. And so I'm excited to share and advance this work grounded within our student bodies. For the updates of the UNLV CSUN, they are committed to supporting students through DEI initiatives and resource expansions. On February 27, CSUN and GPSA advocated at the Nevada Legislature for gun violence prevention and textbook access. Efforts are underway to enhance student resources, and CSUN is working with administration to improve transparency and fee usage. GPSA President Teresa Marie and Treasurer Devin Lopez visited Carson City on February 27 to advocate for graduate student priorities from April 6 through the 12th. GPSA and the Graduate College will celebrate National Graduate Appreciation Week with special events including discounted dining and a wind orchestra night for students and families. This annual research forum on May 3rd will showcase graduate research with top presentations earning GPSA scholarships. From the UNRGSA, they are enhancing career support through partnerships with the Career Center and Graduate School, offering monthly professional development workshops. The Spring Awards application is open with $50,000 allocated across 11 categories, including a popular travel grant with 150 approvals. Upcoming events include the Spring Social on March 12 and a GSA Council elections, which voting will open on until March 21st. From UNR's ASUN's Department of IDEA celebrated Black History Month with events like the Black Cultural Festival and a fashion show. In partnership with the ACLU of Nevada, ASUN hosted a panel on immigrant rights. The PAC Internship Grant Program is expanding to offer paid summer internships through the Nevada Career Studio. ASUN's Government Affairs team is tracking key legislation and engaging students in the process. Elections for ASUN leadership take place next week. ASCSN. From ASCSN, the Senate continues to work on bringing constitutional rights information to students. The Senate urges NSHE's guidance for institutions in order to understand the do's and don'ts for these types of information sessions. They are planning events for all 3 campuses this semester, such as legal aid information, financial guidance sessions, and an end-of-the-year gala. From the Great Basin SGA, they have completed its elections, filling most positions except for only 2 in Ely and 1 online. The focus is now on ensuring smooth transitions. Monthly events celebrating student engagement and diversity are being hosted across campuses, including a Women's Empowerment Night at the Elko campus, and GBC SGA is working on amendments to its constitution and exploring ways to better serve students statewide. For ASWN, they have kicked off the semester with Welcome Back Week and a blood drive on January 31st. Elections for the 25-26 year are now underway. Recent events include Palentine's Day and a visit to Pleasant Valley Elementary. Upcoming events include St. Patrick's Day celebration, a rural day at the legislature, and a global gaming event. ASWN is also partnering for an alcohol awareness event and preparing for the accreditation visit. Heritage Month celebrations are planned for March through May. So I don't know about you, but I know that our student leaders are not only dedicated to this work, but they are leading with conviction, thoughtfulness, and action. Their work is shaping the future of our institutions, and it has been an honor to serve alongside them. So please help me in recognizing their leadership with a round of applause. Madam Chair, serving as chair of the Nevada Student Alliance has been one of the greatest honors of my time in student government. I am deeply grateful to my fellow student body presidents for their trust and to the students of Nevada State University for electing and re-electing me to serve as their advocate. Together in the NSA, we have worked to encourage civic engagement in this critical election year. We urge the board to uphold its commitment to diversity. We've advocated for the integrity of the IDEA Committee. We fought for our most vulnerable students and pushed for careful deliberation on student fees. This work has been about the students we represent and the future we hope to build. Madam Chair, as I and so many of my fellow student presidents prepare to graduate, I want to close my time as chair the way I began it in Reno, by reaffirming our shared responsibility to celebrating culture, belonging, and excellence within our system. Across the nation, we are witnessing an undeniable shift, one that seeks to rewrite history, dismantle essential support systems, and make students question whether they truly belong in spaces that should have always been theirs. This is not some distant or abstract issue. It is happening in real time, in classrooms, in legislatures, in decision-making spaces just like this one. At a moment when students are being told, whether subtly or overtly, that their struggles are exaggerated, their identities are up for debate, or that their futures are negotiable. We must ask ourselves, what kind of leadership will we choose? After all, leadership at its core is about showing up, especially for those who cannot always advocate for themselves. It is about making the choice day after day to stand in service to others, even when it is difficult, even when the voices calling for change are uncomfortable to hear. As Marianne Wright Edelman so powerfully reminds us, service is the rent we pay for living. And as I step into the next phase of my journey, I know that my rent will always be due. Through stewardship, through advocacy, and through a lifelong commitment to my community. And yet, even in the face of these challenges, there is joy. There is joy in students who, despite uncertainty, continue to believe in the possibility of something better. Joy in the traditions. There is joy in the cultures and the perspectives that make our institutions not just the places of learning, but places of belonging. There is joy. There is joy knowing that while policies may shift, the will of those who are willing to fight for what is right does not. And in that, there is hope. And so as I prepare to leave this role, I'll leave you with one question. When the history of this moment is written, when future students look back at the decisions made in rooms just like this one, what will they see? My hope, Regents, is that they will see leaders who did not hesitate when it mattered the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. And congratulations to all of the graduating student leaders. We celebrate you and we support you. Thank you. On to item number 6, NSHE Classified Council Report. For this, I will turn it over to Stacy Wallace, Sergeant at Arms for the NSHE Classified Council.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Regents, and attendees. My name is Stacy Wallace, and I am the current Sergeant at Arms for the Nevada System of Education Classified Council, fiscal year 25. The NCC selected Scotty Lockrum from Truckee Meadows Community College for the 2025 Regent Outstanding Classified Award. We also met with Chancellor Charlton in December of last year to discuss our collective concerns regarding the upcoming legislative sessions, as well as promoting transparency and unifying efforts across NSHE. The NCC and Chancellor agreed upon making public comments regarding potential changes to the health insurance plans by the Public Employee Benefits Program Board. We also shared a discussion regarding policy implementation and changes. We look forward to future discussions with the Chancellor to strengthen our ideals and NSHE institutions. Speaking of which, our councils worked with our individual institutions to provide a unified front against the changes which being presented by PEB, and encourage all the constituents to express their concerns about removing or changing plans without member participation. We are very grateful to all who participated and shared their stories with the PEB board. We have no doubt that this helped influence the decision the board made to hold off on making any changes during this plan year. As many institutions in the state are closely following the legislative session, we are encouraging our constituents to participate in any events and information sessions that are being held in order to be better informed and more actively engaged during this critical time. We will continue to look to the Regents and Chancellor for guidance on specific changes to policies and/or procedures that are tied to this year's session. Once again, thank you for this opportunity to represent the NSHE Classified Council.
Thank you, Stacy. Next, we'll move on to item number 7, Chair of the Council of Faculty Senate Chairs Report, and for this, I'll turn to Valerie Connor.
Good afternoon, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Chancellor Patty Charlton, board members. My name is Valerie Connor. Just an overview of Faculty Senate across NSHE institutions. The Faculty Senate is vital to university and college governance, ensuring faculty interests are represented in decision-making. It shapes policies on academic, curriculum, faculty welfare, and institutional goals, while collaborating with administrators, students, and other campus groups to address key issues. Faculty Senate chairs represent over 10,000 faculty members, serving as the primary body of faculty governance. Faculty Senate facilitates communication between faculty, administration, the NSHE, and the Board of Regents. Assuring faculty input is considered in decision-making. This includes policies on academic standards, grading, faculty hiring, and strategic planning, while also ensuring compliance with NSHE bylaws to support a strong academic environment. NSHE Faculty Senate Council of Chairs. The NSHE Faculty Senate Council of Chairs is essential in representing faculty across the system. It serves as the primary communication link between the Chancellor and the NSHE Board of Regents, advocating for faculty interests at the highest level of decision-making. By bringing together all Faculty Senate chairs from across the NSHE system, the Council promotes diplomatic governance and faculty presentations. Institutional faculty chairs. Desert Research Institution. The DRI Faculty Senate represents faculty research, staff, postdoctoral researchers, and graduate students, collaborating with senior leadership to advocate for faculty interests at NSHE meetings. It addresses concerns related to resource distributors and support for grant funding faculty through executive boards and committees. Great Basin College. The GBC Faculty Senate plays a pivotal role in shaping institutional policies, ensuring that faculty expertise is reflected in decisions that benefit both students and the broader community. Notable achievements includes promoting shared governance under President Donnelly, fostering improved collaboration across the institution, conducting a survey equity study saving over $100,000 in consultation fees while ensuring compliance with NSHE guidelines, assisting in recruitment and competency leadership for key administrative positions, highlighting the Faculty Senate's significant influence on institutional governance. Truckee Meadows Community College. The TMC Faculty Senate represent all faculty members, ensuring that involvement in policy formation, curriculum development, and faculty evaluation. Through standing committees, monthly Senate meetings, and executive board discussion, faculty concerns are addressed. Senate leaders maintain regular communication within the administration through meetings with the president, vice president of academic affairs, and other stakeholders, promoting shared governance and aligning institutional strategies with faculty and student needs. Nevada State University. NSU is welcoming the Board of Regents to its campus, excited for the upcoming collaboration. The NSC Faculty Senate is working through a backlog of policies after implementing its first institutional policy last semester. As the institution grows, the Senate is exploring ways to best represent both academic and administrative faculty and ensures that structures align with the institution, matriculation, NSC is also celebrating its largest cohort of faculty up for tenure and promotion in the university's history. Congratulations. UNLV, University of Nevada, University of Nevada, Reno. The UNLV Faculty Senate is deeply involved in university governance, focusing on addressing changes in federally funded research through collaboration with the Vice President of Research and Innovation, conducting surveys on the administrative faculty experience to improve software and IT services, implementing new experience questionnaires to enhance institutional effectiveness, preparing for the competition of John Tulloch Business Building to improve learning spaces. University of Nevada, Las Vegas. The University of Nevada, Las Vegas chair represent over 4,100 full-time and part-time faculty members, advocating for shared governance and faculty concerns. The chair leads committees, set meeting agendas, and engages with university administration. Key activities include regular meetings with the chancellor, president, provost, and other administrative officials. Participation in NSHE search and award committees. Advocating for employee health benefits, successfully maintaining existing insurance options for state employees. The Faculty Senate of UNLV plays an essential role in policy development, faculty presentation, and institutional decision-making, ensuring that faculty interests and aligns with the university mission and goals. WNC, Western Nevada College. Recently, WNC faculty has been actively involved in significant academic and community initiatives. Theoretical milestones. The Western Nevada Musical Theater Company, led by faculty member Stephanie Argati, celebrates its 35th anniversary with a performance titled Celebrate the Magic, showcasing favorite momentums from past productions. Nursing, Job Fair, and Faculty Excellence. On February 25th, 2025, WNC's National Student Nurses Association hosted a nursing job fair. Faculty members Catherine Cocking, played a critical role in preparing students for the event, conducting mock interviews and helping the resume development. These activities underscores the commitment of WNC faculty to research excellence, student success, and community involvement. In conclusion, the Faculty Senate across NSHE institution are vital in governance, policy development, and faculty advocacy. Through active participation in decision-making, collaboration with administration, and engaging in strategic initiatives, Faculty Senate ensures the faculty voices are heard, contributing to the continued growth and advancement of higher education of Southern Nevada. Thank you, Chair. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Valerie. Next, we will move to the Chancellor's report. Chancellor Charlton.
Thank you so much, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, and members of the board. I'm going to keep my portion of this update today somewhat brief, as this is a wonderful opportunity for us today to get to recognize one of our presidents, that this will be her last quarterly meeting. And so we have to take the opportunity to just celebrate President Hilgerson for just a moment. And so with that, you are going to hear from me quite a bit tomorrow on legislative updates and the federal update and many other topics. And so I have asked one of the president's colleagues to join me in this today. And so I'd like to turn it over to President Dinelli.
Surprise. Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Dr. Amber Dinelli, president at Great Basin College. It's truly an honor to be here today to celebrate someone who has left an undeniable mark on TMCC, the one, the only President Karen Hilgerson. Now, we all know that retirement speeches come in two flavors, the heartfelt tribute and the roast. I promise to keep this somewhere in the middle and respectful, but with just enough fun to make sure that we send Karen off with a smile. First, let's talk about her achievements, because President Hilgerson has certainly stacked up an impressive resume at TMCC. Some leaders build a legacy with policies and reports, but Karen built hers with soccer fields. In collaboration with the Student Government Association, she helped launch both men's and women's soccer teams, proving once and for all that TMCC students aren't just great scholars, they're also really, really good at chasing the ball. Then came the pandemic, and while many were trying to figure out how to unmute themselves on Zoom, President Hilgerson was making sure TMCC didn't just survive, but thrive. She led the transition to online learning at TMCC that made it look easy, even though we all know it wasn't. Through it all, she kept student success at the forefront, ensuring that TMCC continued to provide high-quality education, even if it meant explaining to faculty that yes, their webcam was, in fact, on during those early virtual meetings. But let's not stop there. Under her leadership, TMCC expanded workforce programs, strengthened Nevada's economy, and championed the liberal arts. She led the expansion of the Maxine S. Jacob Nursing Program, because if there's one thing that we can all agree on, the world needs more nurses that are compassionate. She oversaw the renovation of the Learning Commons, ensuring that students had top-notch space to learn and collaborate. And of course, she's been a driving force behind the Panasonic Advanced Manufacturing Training Center. While many of us are just trying to keep our inboxes under control, Karen was out there literally expanding campuses. And let's not forget her passion for sustainability. While some of us struggle to remember which bin is for recycling, Karen led TMCC to achieve 100% green-powered energy. She even took TMCC's commitment to sustainability to a global stage, representing both TMCC and Reno at the COP28. That's right. While some of us struggle to keep houseplants alive, she was out there advocating for a greener future. Beyond the walls of TMCC, Karen has strengthened the college public image on a national stage, collaborating with Dr. Jill Biden, the U.S. Department of Education and Energy, and more. She's also a dedicated community leader, serving on multiple boards, including PBS Reno, iCelerate, and Sparks Rotary. Basically, if there was a way to advocate for TMCC and Northern Nevada, Karen was already on it. And of course, we can't forget her leadership in the open education resources. Under her watch, TMCC saved students thousands of dollars by increasing access to affordable learning materials. Not only did she make education more accessible, but she also made sure that students could afford an extra cup of coffee during finals week. Now that's a legacy that really matters. But perhaps her greatest contribution, making lime green the most fashionable color in higher education. No one wears it better. Karen, I think it's safe to say that TMCC will always be a little greener because of you both environmentally and stylistically. Now, while we could list her achievements all day, what truly sets Karen apart is her heart. She leads with passion, vision, and an unwavering commitment to students, faculty, and staff. TMCC has grown, strengthened, and thrived under her leadership. And although she might be retiring, something tells me that won't be for long. She'll be back to celebrate the TMCC theater opening because what's a grand finale without an encore? So Karen, on behalf of all of us, thank you. Thank you for your leadership, your vision, and for proving that running a college is a little bit like coaching a soccer team. You build the field, recruit the best players, and make sure that everyone is there to take their shot. We wish you the very best in retirement, though we have a sneaking suspicion you won't be able to resist staying involved. Enjoy your next chapter, and remember, you have finally earned the right to hit Do Not Disturb on your email. Congratulations.
First of all, thank you, President Dinelli. Amber, that was so beautiful. I really appreciate it because I know how much effort that takes, and I know how busy you are. And it's like, whoa, that was really cool. But anyway, it truly has been my honor and my pleasure to serve TMCC. It really has. And you know, it's funny when you, for a 9-year period of time, when you've worked with so many different regents, and we don't always agree, but I love it when we do. But I will tell you that there was one great lesson from a memorable regent, Regent Rick Trachuk, who said, "Be brief, be brilliant, be gone." I love that. That is so good. So with that, I will open my gift and try to be gone so that you can get back to the meeting. Okay. Uh-oh. This is exciting, I know. Wait a minute. First of all, the box is really beautiful. Seriously. Okay. Oh, this is so cool. All right, this is definitely for my wonderful cruise. I am taking a cruise which starts in Hong Kong and ends in Bali. And I have some wonderful travel guides related to that part of the world. Thank you, that is very thoughtful. My boyfriend George is going to be thrilled too because he's like really into this stuff.
So
Anyway,
President,
and
your assistant told us that you needed a little something to help you with your travels, so.
And this To Me travel gear is fantastic. These are really cool. So thank you so much. I appreciate very much the thought. And again, thank you, Amber. That was a beautiful send-off. But thank you, Chancellor. Very much appreciative. Be brief, be brilliant, be gone. I'm done.
Thank you for that presentation. I appreciate that. Okay, next we will move on to item number 9, Board Chair's Report, and I'll try to be brief as well. I just wanted to say that I had the honor of attending the ACC the National Legislative Summit in Washington, D.C. in early February with Regent Del Carlo and Regent Brown and our community college presidents and some students. And we were lucky enough to meet with our Nevada federal delegation, which was interesting at this time. There's a lot of snow there too, so that was fun to see. I also attended the Springs Preserve Black History Month Festival in February. It was a great day of celebration, and I had a really good time. Earlier this week, I also attended a webinar hosted by AGB and Rutgers Graduate School of Education entitled Optimal Board Structures and Committees for Transformational Leadership, which is part of an excellent professional development series. And I have a suspicion that we're going to be talking about more professional development for the board at a later date. It's been a very busy quarter with the start of the legislative session and addressing the external landscape for higher education generally and also within the state of Nevada. While I acknowledge that I'm only one of 13 regents, I'm working to stay the course in our systems initiatives related to research, science, grant funding, and also to access, success, and belonging on all of our campuses for all of our students, employees, and community members. Regardless of the labels and titles of the work, I'll always stand for our system's mission that includes elevating the work that results in a diverse, equitable, and inclusive educational community. Thank you. Thank you. So with that, I will move on to item number 10. I'd like to get through consent agenda, and then we will take a quick break. So just so everybody knows, I know we've been sitting for a little while. So before I entertain any comments, questions, or a motion, I do want to say that for clarity of the record, under consent, item number 10C, tenure, the board will consider the revised list of Nevada State University's tenure recommendations, which was distributed to the board and publicly posted as supplemental material on March 3rd. So with that, I will open up the floor to regents. Yes, Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. So specific to consent items 10B, possible action of board meetings, September 10th and 11th, 2026. I just wanted to bring it to the board's attention that September 11th is the eve of Rosh Hashanah. It's the beginning of the Jewish high holidays. And so perhaps there might be enough time to take a look at whether that is the best time to have a meeting or not. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, Regent Del Carlo.
And I would just ask that the one on August 28th, 2026 be held on August 27th. I've had something on my calendar for 5 years, and I know it's really an important meeting that day where it's the budget before we give it to the state. So if we could just have the meeting a day early, I could be there.
Thank you. Yes, Regent
You know what I
Brooks
was
again.
going to,
Yes.
thank you, Chair, appreciate that. Regent Brooks, for the record, I was going to ask, maybe it would be better if you're so inclined to just pull 10B rather than take that as a consent
Sure.
vote with everything else.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair.
So then we'll pull out 10B and discuss that separately. Are there any other items in consent that any regents would like to pull separately? Not hearing any other exceptions to consent. So right now I'll entertain a motion to accept consent items with the exclusion of item 10B, which is 2026 Board of Regents meeting dates and locations.
I would make a motion for that. This is Susan Breger for the record.
I second
Thank
Regent
you.
Del Carlo.
Great, thank you. So I have a motion from Regent Breaker and a second from Regent Del Carlo to approve consent items, taking out 10B. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. And we'll go back to item 10B. Yes, thank you. Before we move on to 10B, I want to say congratulations to all of our faculty members who have earned tenure. Congratulations to all of you. We know how much work it is, and we just want to say congratulations to you. Thank you.
If they're here, they could stand. If they're here, they could stand. Oh, that's okay.
And now we'll go back to item 10B. My apologies, I certainly didn't mean to diminish tenure at all. So for 10B, I'm hoping to get Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski's input on this as we work together for these dates. is it possible to move the quarterly meeting for September perhaps to the week before or the week after? And I suppose we may need to get TMCC's input on that as well.
Thank you, Chair. Carrie Nicolajewski, Chief of Staff for the record. I would really hesitate to say a solid yes on the record because there is research that goes into it, but clearly not enough if I missed that holiday, so I apologize there. But I would appreciate having an opportunity to look into the dates. And for the second, the other date that was raised, I would defer to CFO Vatone to see if there's any kind of issue about backing that date up. Even one day, I know there's a lot of preparation that goes into that, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so I know
Chancellor?
he had, for the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor, so Chris did have to step out to take an important call with the legislature, and so we can certainly work on, I think, a date moving forward. We usually just like to try to give as much time based on the feedback and submittal of the governor's recommended budget, and so we could certainly work on that if it was appropriate.
Yes, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I just have a comment. I totally agree with Regent Brooks on this. We would no more put a meeting on a high Christian holiday, such as Christmas or Easter, than we would on a Jewish holiday. And I have run into this on other organizations I've been part of, and I never even thought about it at first, but it was brought to my attention. This is probably 10 plus years ago. And I've always been trying to be very cognizant of those dates. So I do agree we should look at that for those reasons.
100%. I'm happy to bring this back to another meeting. So do we table this or what is the best way?
Good question, Chair. You can either just not take a vote or you can actually take a vote and move it to for a specific date, for example, the next special meeting or the next quarterly meeting, but you have that option.
Yeah, right. Okay, so I think we'll just move this to the side and then bring it back at another meeting. And make sure that we consider all holidays, and we will reach out to all regions to be sure that we have your dates in mind that you need time off for. So apologies for that. Okay, we will move, well, no, we are moving on to a quick break. So I'd like to give us about 5 minutes. So if we can be back at 3:50. Thank you. Okay, we are going to get back to the agenda. Item number 11 is Distinguished Nevadan Awards. So for this item, the board will consider granting the Distinguished Nevadan Award to the following nominees: Lois Esther Tarkanian, PhD, and Clay T. White. So to introduce Regent Dr. Tarkanian, I will turn it over to Regent Breger.
Thank you so much. And, you know, I wish I didn't need to rush through this. I know we have a very lengthy meeting, and we'll hear it at the luncheon, and it's in your backup material. I would just love to say for Dr. Tarkanian, who I had the pleasure of being a trustee for 12 years with. And then when she was on the city council, I was on the county commission. And so it's a long history of really knowing someone and her family. And she was more than Jerry Tarkanian's wife. And I think that's one of the things that we need to remember. Bless him for all that he did also for the university. But she tutored students to make sure that they could have grades along with being basketball players. She would have them at her home. So I'm not reading this, I'm just kind of things I know from my heart, that she really cared for the deaf children that we had nothing for many, many years ago, and that she made sure that all children had the ability to be educated in so many different ways. So what I'm going to do is leave you with that for right now, just knowing that she was blessed to have she and Coach Tarkanian to have a school named after them, that they did many great things there. She's been honored, which was, to my heart, Mother of the Year from an organization that I'm on, and was honored for that, which is a title that I felt like was very burdensome because I did yell at my kids once in a while, no. But in all seriousness, I'm sad that she is not here to recognize that. The family is absolutely elated. I appreciate the time today. I'm going to take advantage of this sheet, come to luncheon and read every word of this because I think she deserves this and her family deserves it. So thank you for hopefully a vote that would be that we could honor Lois Esther Tarkanian as the outstanding Nevadan for this year when we have that. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Regent Breaker. And I will do the same. Clay T. White is a legend in Southern Nevada. And I, too, will certainly honor her at the luncheon. But I am honored and just delighted to nominate Clay T. White for the Distinguished Nevadan Award for her outstanding contributions to preserving Nevada's history and cultural heritage. As the founding director of the Oral History Research Center at UNLV, Clay T. has conducted over 4,000 oral history interviews highlighting the diverse experiences of Nevadans, including African American communities, the evolution of Las Vegas, and the gaming industry. Her work with the historic west side of Las Vegas has been transformative, documenting stories of segregation, civil rights, and community resilience. She's a founding member of the Las Vegas Black Historical Society and has been instrumental in revitalizing the west side. Clay T. has served on numerous boards and committees, including the Las Vegas Historic Preservation Commission, and has contributed to national conferences and publications. Her ongoing efforts in education, racial equity, and public history have made a lasting impact on Nevada's cultural and historical landscape. Clay T. has been an indelible legacy at UNLV, and I'm honored today to nominate her. So with that, I will entertain a motion to accept and approve both of these distinguished Nevadan nominees.
I will
Regent
move.
Brooks, for the record, I will second it.
Okay, great, wonderful. So I have a motion from Regent McGrath and a second from Regent Brooks. I'll open it up for comment if there's any comment, or then with that, I will take a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Item number 12, institutional metrics. And as a reminder from this morning, we will go to Nevada State University for this time. And I will go to Chancellor Charlton to introduce.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Carvalho. For the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education. And so today it is wonderful to have the opportunity to bring back a longstanding process that this board has had, and that is to hear from our institutions on various metrics, specifically related to that connect to your strategic plan, which was just approved at the end of January. And so at each of your meetings, you will hear from two institutions, and at this meeting, we're going to hear from Nevada State as well as DRI. And so at each of the quarterly meetings, you'll hear from different institutions where they'll be able to provide some context about outcome, success, and then also a little bit to get to know that institution and their specific performance goals and measurements. And so with that, we're going to turn it to President Pollard.
Good afternoon again, Regents. Deary M. Pollard for the record, proud president of Nevada State University. Regent Gokochia, I have to apologize up front. I'm going to do a lot of talking again. So we were chit-chatting outside, and we said, folks, y'all do a lot of talking. And I said, yeah, I'm going to do a lot of talking again. So, but it's hopefully a story that will be resonant with you all. Today, I'm here to provide an update on Nevada State University's key performance metrics to help inform Nevada State's alignment with NSHE's strategic plan. Should I do something to start the deck? I gotta hit something? Oh, there we go, hey. How do I go back? Is the red button back? Thank you. Big green one's forward. See, I've got a doctorate degree. Instead of merely presenting charts and data, I'd like to take this opportunity, if you don't mind, to tell a story. I think that's what I try to do well. And it's about the students of Nevada State University and how Nevada State now serves them and works to help them fulfill their dreams and fulfill the mission that this organization has. Our story begins with a composite student. When I arrived a few years ago, I asked our wonderful research area to put together a composite of the students that we typically serve here at Nevada State. So let me begin with Jessica. She's a Hispanic female, which is the most popular name at Nevada State. Just so you know, Jessica actually is the most popular name. Over 70% of our students are women, and Latinos make up the largest ethnic group of students here at our organization. Jessica, like an increasing number of Nevada high school students, has earned some credits through Nevada State's concurrent enrollment classes. She then transferred from high school into CSN, and then she came to Nevada State University, becoming the first in her family to attend college. Now, Jessica is not alone in this. Nearly half of her fellow students are also first-generation college students at Nevada State. And as a low-income student with a part-time job, it took Jessica longer than most of her peers to earn enough credits to transfer to Nevada State. However, she managed to financially support her family during that period while also working on her education. Jessica has always loved helping people, and her dream is to earn her baccalaureate degree in nursing. And she chose Nevada State partly because she can pursue her degree at a lower cost than any other four-year institution. Now, during her first year, Jessica participated in Nevada State's First and Fierce program, which provided her with a scholarship, staff support, and a community of students from similar backgrounds. And without that comprehensive and ongoing support, she might not have made it through her senior year. Now that you have Jessica in mind, this persona, I will reference her throughout the presentation to illustrate what the data and trends reveal about her journey through Nevada State University. Nevada State has experienced substantial growth over the past decade, more than doubling our student population since 2014. Jessica joined this recent enrollment wave at Nevada State alongside thousands of other students, first as a high school concurrent enrollment student and again as a part-time student. And while graduate students remain still relatively small portion of our student population, I think that might start to change when we start to offer our master's in nursing leadership and explore other ways to recruit working professionals looking to advance their careers. Jessica started off as a dual credit student, or concurrent enrollment, which is actually the more technical term for what we do here, and that allowed her to save money and graduate faster. With a greater confidence and also knowing what higher education is, she's understanding and joining a culture where you can see that just this fall we had more than 3,500 students enrolled in dual or concurrent enrollment at Nevada State. What I think is particularly powerful about that, though, is that this slide illustrates internal data about our concurrent enrollment program that I think every regent would be very excited to see. Actually, I think every Nevadan would be proud to see. We collect many data points about concurrent enrollment students and follow their progress as they move through Nevada State. This data shows that a compelling trend is emerging. Between 2020 and 2024, there has been a 282% increase in Nevada State concurrent enrollment students who have matriculated into Nevada State. In the fall of 2024, nearly 1 in 3 students with first-time full-time entry into Nevada State was formerly a Nevada State concurrent enrollment student. Now, I need you to catch that. Formerly, nearly a third of the students who came to us as college freshmen this fall were former concurrent or dual enrollment students. Now, why is this steady increase important? Because earning college credit in high school does not mean much at all if the student is unable to apply those credits toward a college credential. The data shows the students that we impact at high school are increasingly making that leap into higher education and using those dual credit courses and credits while they are here. When I look at the data and when I think about what the plan was, about why the state was so thoughtful in putting together dual enrollment and concurrent enrollment legislation and moved it through, I think there was probably two goals in mind: to increase higher education participation and to increase higher education completion. Dual or concurrent enrollment programs are for naught if students accrue credits that they never use toward high school completion. This data lets me know that we're doing something pretty powerful about this at Nevada State. I'll go further to tell you that once they arrive at Nevada State, former NSHE concurrent enrollment high school students perform significantly better in first-year math and English, as well as graduation rates by double digits compared to their peers. When even comparing students who never took concurrent enrollment classes but had at least a 3.0 GPA upon entry, concurrent enrollment students still outperform academically. This suggests that Nevada State's concurrent enrollment program uniquely benefits students, setting them up for greater success as they move through Nevada State University. Over the past decade, the demographic makeup of Nevada State has shifted to a much more diverse student body. More than 70% of our students come from culturally diverse backgrounds. And although this growing diversity trend in higher education is not unusual, Nevada State has experienced a higher rate of change, almost a 7% higher than the average for all of NSHE institutions. So today, Jessica and students like her are much more likely to be represented, and these are the students that we have the privilege of serving at Nevada State University. Jessica, like many of her fellow students, is a Pell Grant recipient. She faces the challenges with the cost of textbooks, which is why the program you heard earlier is so important, but she also has to deal with housing costs and overall living expenses. But she is not alone. In 2024, 43% of students received Pell Grants at Nevada State, a 3% increase from the previous year. Nearly half of our students are identified in the lowest economic quartile in our state. This is an important thing to think about when we talk about the wraparound services necessary to help those students be successful. But fortunately, Nevada State has maintained net tuition for students in recent years and even saw a reduction since the pandemic. This net reduction is due to increased support for students through scholarships and grants, a 30% increase from fall 2019 to fall 2024. This is the work of our advancement team and a lot of our folks who are writing grants, and also a lot of private philanthropy to help increase the number of scholarships and then grants that we provide. More than 80% of our students receive some form of financial assistance, whether that be scholarships, grants, waivers, or loans. That's 80%. Greater access to financial aid has made it easier for Jessica and other part-time students to maintain continuity in their education. While part-time persistence rates spiked during the second year of the pandemic, the upward trend still continues. Hopefully, Jessica has taken advantage of supportive services to make her educational journey smoother, propelling her from a high school concurrent enrollment student to CSN student to Nevada State college student. Nevada State has seen steady growth in the number of graduates, more than doubling the figure in the past decade. And this is not just in total numbers. A higher percentage of students are graduating within 6 years, the 150% graduation rate. Very proud to see the work that we're doing in this space. And despite significant demographic changes and growth over the past decade, Nevada State has maintained a consistent graduation performance. In fact, students from historically minoritized groups like Jessica are just as, if not more likely, to graduate within 6 years. In a lot of ways, Nevada State has closed the opportunity gap. Pell recipients like Jessica are more likely than ever to stay at Nevada State and to graduate within 8 years, as this data in front of you demonstrates. This is something that we're particularly proud of because we know these students need the support structures we put in place, but we also know that they are matriculating and moving through to their degree completion. They even outperform non-Pell recipients, showing that poverty and potential, when matched with robust supports and exceptional teaching, can match or exceed the performance of non-Pell students. This is a very important thing to think about, again, closing the opportunity gap. Nevada State was founded over 20 years ago to address critical workforce shortages, such as teaching and nursing. And while these professions remain our core strengths, we're consistently recruiting and graduating majors in high-demand areas has been identified by the LVGA and other economic and workforce development influences in our areas, and such areas such as business and criminal justice. Jessica and students like her are the new majority in today's higher educational system. Funding solutions that bridge the student journey by financing both inputs and outputs and fully funding summer session to give students like Jessica more flexibility in completing their education is essential. Supporting effective concurrent enrollment and dual credit programs is crucial in preparing students for college and saving them money. In a state with largely stagnant higher education revenue, this may be the most effective way to increase degree attainment. Encouraging robust support services is essential. Data shows that Nevada State is making progress in supporting students who need it most by a series of very intentional wraparound support services. Even with challenges of being low income, students like Jessica can achieve academic success with the right tools. Investing in programs that advance workforce development needs is vital. Now, more than ever, academia should focus on meeting critical workforce needs. And finally, what we also know from our data is that grants and scholarships directly funding students' education offer the most significant benefit for our students. Regent Gocochea, I tried to keep that succinct. Thank you. What was that earlier? In, out, and done, something like that? B, okay, so I tried to be all of those things, but I hope I've left time for questions from the board. Madam Chair.
Thank you, President Pollard. So I'll open it up to regents who have questions or comments regarding, yes, Regent Gocochea.
I'll pay her back now. Now, when you're talking about 6 years and the 8 years, now that would be 2 years of the concurrent enrollment and then 6 years they'll complete? Is that what you're?
So it'll be 2 years, excuse me, they would have concurrent enrollment, but our students typically attend part-time with us, so they're here anytime. If they transfer from the CSN, which oftentimes our students do, they may spend 2 to 3 years at CSN, transfer to us, and spend another 2 to 4 years, depending on the amount of time they have to attend school at the same time and work.
So realistically, we're looking at 8 years?
It could be,
Yes.
but 150% is with the federal government, and that is the 4 plus the additional 2 years. So they ask us to measure in terms of 6 years, but it could very well be 8 years for a student.
Depending on the situation. Thank
Yep,
you.
thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you for your storytelling. I have a visual picture, and I'm a visual learner, so that was great. I do have one question. I know as the president, you have to decide where the resources are going. Were you able to get to the 350 to 1 advising, or are you even close?
You know, that's a great, somebody's going to text me that number in a minute in the
Okay.
back, because I have such highly competent team members. They're going to make sure that I know that. But what I'm fairly certain we're not at that number,
But
we're
close?
pretty close. I know we're better than where we were, but I know that there's probably work to be done. But I'm going to be able to confirm that in about 5 minutes, I bet, or less.
Okay, that's great. Now, and keep up the good work. You're really making some strides. It's wonderful.
Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Chair.
President Pollard. Awesome data, good to know all the stuff. But I think it was your second last slide. And it said in there that the nursing student level had come down. And that's like the highest demand. And with our new hospitals coming up, we need more nurses. But I think I saw your nursing line come down to 308 or something like that. Yeah? Yeah, yes. In 23, it was 363. In 22, 397,
Oh,
because that's nursing, isn't it?
so, yes, I'm sorry, I had to, thank you, this slide here.
Yeah,
Yes.
especially after COVID, it seems like it went up, and now it comes all the way down to that number. Is there a reason, do you know, or
Sure.
do you need to find out?
Thank you, Regent Boylan.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I appreciate, because this is a complex issue here that is very important. And we hear this every place I go. I talk with a number of leaders in our healthcare industry, and they're always, matter of fact, I just got an email while I was sitting here of someone who wants to come in and talk with us about a direct pathway. But there are a couple of things that folks fail to recognize in this. One is that we have to have faculty to teach. And at this particular time, I'm sure my colleague Amber Dinelli would say this, nurses have more options. And I have been in this business a long time, and I can remember maybe 20 years ago when I was at the College of Lake County in Illinois, I could almost get 2 nurses for the price of 1. That is not the case now. Now it is the complete opposite of that. So finding nursing faculty who want to teach is an issue. The second issue oftentimes is the cost that goes into that. When tuition outpaces the student's ability to pay, they choose to step out. The other thing for us is physical space. We have challenges oftentimes with physical space because these are very highly regulated delivery of courses where you have a direct number of students per faculty member that you have to have. So those are some of the reasons. And if I had my nursing dean here, I'm sure she would probably tell me about 3 or 4 other reasons why we saw this drop. But I think one is that students are also having options, and they're exploring them as best they can.
So when you say options, do you mean options to go to other CSN or UNLV
Or, well,
places? Is that what you said?
about half of all nurses in this state that are prepared through NSHE come through Nevada State University. So that's the first thing that I would offer. The second thing that I would say is that we have a robust private market in this area that oftentimes can poach students. And they are very diligent in that. So there are options of students, and if they don't have the ability to enroll in our programs because we are size they or contracted, they will go to other options to pursue it. And oftentimes that might be at their detriment. Sometimes it may not be. So they have options. Or just as we're seeing with teaching, everybody says we need more teachers. Guess what? A lot of folks are opting out of teaching because in the public square we haven't treated teachers very nicely. So as a result of that, they're opting out. Nurses are saying, you know what, after COVID, and they saw what happened oftentimes with the quality of life, they're choosing not to do that, and our students observe that. So they're trying to oftentimes figure out other career options. So I think it's that swirl, but I appreciate your observation about that, and I will, in my update to you, speak more thoughtfully about this.
Oh, that's great. I like that because right after COVID, actually, it seems to have gone up
Yep.
for the first 2, 3. But you're saying they've decided not to opt into it because of COVID. So
I
it's
think
not COVID.
it could have been that. It also may have been that they were not prepared as strongly. That could have been as well, because you come into a program where you may have had a good portion of your instruction delivered virtually. They had some challenges in that space. We also had to then regroup and find faculty to teach in those programs, because sometimes some of the nurses left us and went back into the hospitals and other spaces to work. But I will provide you with a short but informative response to that.
I appreciate that.
You're
'Cause
welcome.
that
And
is
again,
so
can I
important.
see if anybody answered me on our ratio is about 350 to 1. Thank you, Dr. Coleman.
You're there.
And I've got to just follow up. I think that helps, that is to our point that and why we set that goal. I mean, you can't get these numbers without that advising. It's so critical. So thank you for finding the resources and putting that focus on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, and thank you for changing the topic so fast. So I'll get off. I get it. I get the message.
I have a question from Regent Breger also.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Regent Breger, for the record. So when you mentioned faculty, is it part of your decrease is because you don't have the faculty to teach them?
Yes, ma'am.
So if they come like that, and I know you want to keep every student because you really like them at your campus, do you check other resources then that they could get into because of the state problem of lack of nurses, or what do you do with those students?
So we work very hard to admit them where we can. As you know, nursing is a limited enrollment program. They have to go through a series of things to be admitted into the program. And once they are in the program, we work very hard to keep them there, have some of the highest success rates of doing that. But also going to the previous question, there's advising that goes into that. For a lot of students, it reminds me for a while there, you'll walk around this campus and I'll talk to students and they'll say, what's your major? I'm talking to them and they'll say, oh, I'm a nursing major. And I say, great. And they'll say, well, I want to be a nurse. So I really want to have a program of study that says want to be nurses because they want to be a nurse, but they may not really realize that they want to be a nurse. Maybe they want to be in the health profession. And that's one of the things that I think advising becomes so important in that. I call it the Grey's Anatomy effect. For a long time, people thought the only thing was there were doctors and nurses and only doctors were surgeons. All doctors were surgeons and you either a surgeon or you were a nurse. The reality is that in most hospitals, doctors and nurses are outnumbered by other allied health professions that support that. That's why our tight coupling with other undergraduate programs that we offer here and other programs we're developing in kinesiology and other programs can help students say, maybe nursing, I really don't like the sight of blood. I'm not very good at helping people in this space. Perhaps I need to explore other options. And that's why the advising coupled with other options that we can help them explore is an important one. That's a very good question.
And part of the competition between Chamberlain and now Southern Hills did Galen because they wanted to grow their own nurses because of the shortage. Does that create a problem for the path that you want students to go to? And,
Yeah, it creates challenges because it is interesting. I love going to the nursing pennies because this is the one place where it almost feels like a job fair. You walk in and the first 2 rows of the nursing penny are all of typically nurse administrators from all the local hospitals. And when the student walks, you can see them, oh, that's my student, or they know that that's someone they're deeply invested in, and there's a commitment to that. But I would also offer to you, going to the point that you're making, is that the greater challenge for us is also finding students who are in a nursing program have to go into the hospitals, and they have rotations there. We're competing with our peers, as well as privates for those spaces. So we're oftentimes trying to develop very unique relationships. We have some with local hospitals to really try to save spaces for our students. So when we talk about capacity, which is where I think your question, which I wasn't trying to rush you away from, Regent Boylan, is about all of those factors, the ability for us to place students, the ability for us to find faculty to teach students, the ability for us to have resources to help students navigate that process. It's all in that perfect storm.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that
Thank you,
information.
Regent Breaker.
Thank you. I have a question from Regent Goodman.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not a question. I've said this to you before, but really what you're doing out there is amazing. And you look at those metrics and those numbers are impressive. I just wanted to put on the record that the work you're doing at Nevada State is really significant and it means a lot for our community. And I just wanted to say it's great work.
Thank you, Regent Goodman. We really appreciate that.
Well, I don't see any other questions for you. Thank you so much for your presentation
May I
today.
end on one note
Of
with that?
course.
Thank you. I was struck as I was sitting here, and I share with you all, we did well, first of all, thank you for your comments. And I get to stand here and represent the institution, but I would tell you that the least important person in all of this is the president. The most important one are our students, that we have a mission that they align with, but our faculty and staff who work each and every day. So the fact that I get to represent them in this space is tremendous, and I'm honored to work for them. But I will also tell you is that it's our alumni that are particularly important. So I share with you in my report earlier that we did this bus tour, and I took all my leadership team on a bus and we coached it all around North Las Vegas, and we were talking about the issues with there, and we met our alumni in the schools and we met them at the city. So I get a note from one of the young women that we met with, and she said this sent this to me on Monday, and I'm going to read this to you because I think it's a perfect ending. The thing that I think we do really well at Nevada State is to elevate the student experience. Our students matter the most to us in ways that I can't even begin to define for you. And she said to me, good morning, Dr. Pollard. It was such a pleasure meeting you on Thursday. I genuinely meant it when I said that Nevada State University is truly a special place. The experiences, opportunities, and connections I made while attending there have shaped who I am today, and I wouldn't be where I am now without my time as a student. This is my favorite part. I would love to offer my support to NSU in any way I can. Please do not hesitate to reach out if there is ever anything you might need. I'm more than happy to help in whatever way. Looking forward to the possibility of working together. Warm regards, Monica Flores. This is why we do the work. And we like to impact our community, and we like to leave it better than when we came. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I will take my seat, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, President Pollard. And we're very pleased to see the metrics presentations come back to the board again. It's very important that we have those, and so thank you for presenting that today. And thank you to DRI as well for doing it tomorrow. I'm going to move to item number 14 before 13. So we're going to item 14, which is authorization of dedication of deed and associated items with Clark County for the Tompkins Avenue alignment at a portion of the UNLV 42-acre property generally located at the northeast corner of Tropicana Avenue and Koval Lane, Clark County, and dedication of deed, easement, and associated items with Clark County for the Clark County Depressed Roadway Project adjacent to the Maryland campus of UNLV. And for this, I will turn it over to Officer in Charge, Chris Hebe.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho, Chris Hebe, and thank you very much for reading that long sentence. It would have been tough for me to get that out. I'm pleased to be here today to ask for your approval of this item. It's a very complicated item that has a lot of details involved in it. I will say, for me, it boils down to sort of two things. One is keeping a promise that we've made to the county, and two is being good partners with the county. For those who've been around for the history of this item, there was a long, extended discussion with the county about plans that they needed to make sure that there was appropriate traffic access out of McCarran International Airport to support the growth of the city. And they came forward with a plan that was not supported by the university or the board. And the county was extremely generous in reconsidering how they were going to approach that project. And as part of that, they went back to the drawing board and ultimately came up with a much more expensive option for the county that they ultimately, I think, believe is a good solution, but is far preferable to the university, and also at a cost of maybe more than $100 million greater than the initial option that they've been considering. And as part of those negotiations that were discussed extensively with the board at that time, we had agreed essentially in principle that we would support this work by giving up a small portion of the Thomas and Mack Center parking lot and by allowing them to complete the roadway work on the northern edge of the 42 acres, the Tompkins Avenue easement. In all the detailed materials that are presented, the one thing that sort of stands out is the notion that there's a substantial value associated with that land. If you just take the acreage and say this amount of acreage at this amount of dollars per acre, it gets up to be a substantial figure of $15 or $20 million. We don't really see that as giving away that money to the county. It's really just allowing the county to build the roads that support these properties. And so we don't think that, it's no land that would ever be sold in any other way. And so I don't want that to become too much of a distraction. We see this as making good on our promise, and that the county is one of our key partners and stakeholders in the university, and we're eager to be good partners on our side of this equation. And with that, I'd like to introduce Commissioner Jim Gibson to let him share any comments, and then we can answer any questions. We also have Dave Fromer here, our Associate Vice President of Planning and Construction, who can answer any questions if they get into the detailed levels of this very extensive briefing document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here with you today. This is the culmination of months, actually years of conversation, intense discussion, sometimes kind of tough conversation, as we've tried to work together to solve, really address, and then find the right size solutions for things that will work for Clark County and for the university, and we're pledged to continue to act that way. And so, Madam Chair and members of the board and Chancellor, I am Jim Gibson. I'm a commissioner on the Clark County Commission. District G, which encompasses most of the UNLV campus, is in my district. You're in my district now too. And I am pleased to be here to talk about the matter that has been introduced to you. I'm told in my speaking points it's 7 years. It doesn't seem like it was that long, but okay, I'll accept that. It's been a long time, and it's one of the things that's been a priority in our minds for a good long while. The primary access point to both UNLV and Harry Reid International Airport is the intersection that drives this whole conversation. It's one of the busiest in the valley. Over 100,000 vehicles go through that intersection every day. And it has been an extraordinary thing to take a look at what the alternatives might be. We started out with something we thought we could afford. Looked really good to us. It turns out that when the campus had an opportunity to take a look at it, there were problems that we didn't envision, things that we didn't see and imagine. And I remember when we first sat to try and discuss the response, it wasn't easy for us. I mean, we are, after all, we own these roadways. We have to make them work. We own this airport. We have to make it accessible. But over the course of time, it became really clear to us that one of the most important assets in all of Clark County and all of the state of Nevada is the University of Nevada, Las Vegas campus. And so we, as quickly as a government can, parked the things that we were concerned with and decided to go back to the drawing board. And the Tropicana Avenue Depressed Roadway project will take a unique approach to solving the problem of traffic management in the area, with a reconfiguration of Tropicana now moving westbound traffic underground between Maryland Parkway and Paradise, while eastbound traffic will stay above ground. Additionally, the county has another project planned for this area that'll extend Tompkins Avenue from Paradise to Koval. This new Tompkins extension would create a much-needed east-west road for both locals and visitors to the resort corridor, but most importantly for UNLV, it would connect the UNLV 42-acre parcel with UNLV's main Maryland campus. And that felt to us like an important enough other reason that we would approach the university system and determine whether or not there was appetite for us making that roadway another access point for the community and for the university. We're excited at these projects. We're ready to actually commence construction subject to your action later this year. And so in the next couple of years, most of us in this room will live long enough to actually see it happen. And with most roadway projects in Clark County, you can't necessarily say that, right, Susan? I mean, yeah. So as it turns out, this is one of those times when we think we have the answers to the questions. We think we've heard all of the concerns. We think we've addressed all of them. And we're more than happy to try and answer every question you may have. But Dennis wasn't here when I walked up here. He may have come in since I walked up. So if you have specific questions, maybe Dave Fromer can answer those questions because Dennis, our Public Works Director, who knows more about public works in Southern Nevada than everybody else combined, is probably stuck in traffic somewhere, which kind of seems almost fair. Thank you very much for entertaining this item, and we hope and appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gibson. We appreciate you being here today. So I'll open it up to Regents, and first I'll go to Regent Del Carlo and then to Regent Braegert.
Thank you, Regent Carvalho, and I'm going to yield my time to Regent Braegert. She is a resident of Clark County and has been on the commission down here. I have been on the board long enough to have seen this over the course of the last 8 years when it first came, and I'm just really glad we're here today to approve. So go ahead.
That is kind of, do you have anything you want to say first, though? Okay. It's kind of ironic, because in 2018, I was on the commission when this was there, so I can appreciate what Commissioner Gibson is saying. And it's interesting how many years can go by. I mean, I had probably most of the projects that you could ever imagine in the county when I was there, and did work with Dennis Cedarberg, just so you know, is in his 45th year, I think. Something like that, 40-some years. So he is a wealth of knowledge, and too bad he's not here right this moment. What I would really like to say is I hope that the board at this time, because of what the county has done and the extended pricing of all this, because of not doing it 7 or 8 years ago, as officer in charge, I have to get this right, stated, we're not giving really anything. And Carol has studied this and known this from our Regent Carvalho, or Del Carlo. I never do that, and I had it stuck in my head. Knows what happened. I'm so sorry. Could one of you change your name? No, I'm kidding. Knows what happened in 2018. So I don't know who else was here then. But it would be really nice to know that that road that's 15 to 30 million gets off of our plate and gets onto their plate. And they're experts at roadways. So I appreciate being able to share that information. If we could move forward, how it's been presented, and Carol DiCarlo, Regent DiCarlo, if you'd like to make a motion, I would second it. Huh? Oh, it is information only, that's right.
No,
I
I
forgot.
moved to item number 14, so
Oh, I
that
thought
we
you
had
did.
Commissioner
Don't try
Gibson
to
here
confuse
to
me.
be sure that he knew that we were passing this. So,
Okay, I was pretty
yes,
sure.
We did skip to 14. So,
Thanks.
although
Yeah.
he very eloquently also included some information on 13 as
right.
well. Yes.
I appreciate you passing the torch. I'll let you pass it back if you'd like to make the motion. No, I didn't want him to, no, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Regent
I
Prager,
give
thank you.
permission. I'm just joking. We have to have some levity here. It's a serious
I
job.
totally agree with you, yes.
It's
yes,
always fun,
yes.
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam
Regent
Chair.
Boylan.
Yeah, and I guess this is for Mr. Frommer. I'm just a wee bit, I need some help. Is it going to be an underground road or a depressed road like Deserton? What's it going to be? Because some people say underground and they say depressed. Is it?
Thank you for the question, Regent Boylan. David Fromer for the record, UNLV, Associate Vice President, Planning, Construction, and Real Estate at UNLV. I'm going to try to make this, there's a lot, it's a very complex item, so I
You're
appreciate
right.
the question. The portions of Tropicana will be below grade, underground but not covered, so that they can pass by Paradise Road and University Center Drive without a major intersection that's signalized. And the purpose of that is to help traffic move better, not only generally, but also to get in and out of the airport because of the significant traffic generated by tourism, so that you have fewer major grade intersections. The Tompkins Road component is at grade. That one is not below ground or depressed in any way. So I hope that answers your question, but if you're looking for a little more detail.
No, I'm getting it. So it's going to be somewhat like the Deserton.
Yep.
It got depressed and then they had the thing over the freeway, et cetera.
Regent Boylan, thank you. Yes, David Fromer again. Desert Inn is the best local example I've been able to point out to say that's what it's going to feel like for the depressed portions of the road.
Outstanding. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I want to just say that I really appreciate the county being willing to come back and work with this board, apparently since 2018, on this particular issue. Looking at 13 and 14, just the different components of it, I think that this design is really good for the community. I think it will look nice. I think it'll be a very welcoming, show when people are coming from the airport. Also, I want to say in preparing for this, and you and I were able to connect yesterday, so I appreciate that. I was starting to ask if maybe this particular 42 acres, just because the plan is unknown for what's going to happen here. And I wasn't trying to be a bad partner in this. I wasn't, and I was just asking, like, if we don't have a plan for 42 acres, should we be okay with getting rid of the 2.55 acres off of it? But then you pointed out, and if we are to build something for an academic purpose on this piece of land, we would most likely need a second egress. And so this is actually something that we would probably have to look into anyways. And so today we can be good stewards of this land, good partners with our friends over at the county, and have a welcoming into the city from the airport. And so I just wanted to say thank you. This part of, I think, prepping for a meeting like this is just going through all the different scenarios. And so I want to thank for the information that was presented to us, but also taking the moment just to talk it through. But I wanted to kind of just share some of my thought process on how I got there. So I think this is a really great deal. I think this is a good opportunity to be good stewards of this land, but also great partners with our friends over at the county. So thank you.
Yeah, and if I may, Chair Carvalho, thank you for that, Regent Brown, and I think you hit the nail on the head with that point about the collaboration, and just to kind of share some of that collaboration with the entire board. The 42-acre site, to the point you brought up, Regent Brown, whether we develop for academic or any other purpose, we're going to need multiple entry and exit points. So my belief is that if we didn't partner with the county for them to build the road as a part of the kind of regional transportation structure, we'd probably have to build that ourselves at significant expense. So in a way, that's a cost avoidance in my mind, and I'm always very happy when we can avoid a cost and someone else can take on that burden for the good of the community and for the good of us, where it's collaborative and in a partnership. The other point I'll make, just to kind of talk about the collaboration and partnership we've had here. So when we first started this, the depressed roadway option for the Tropicana piece, the estimate of the roadway and the design was not very far along, was that we might lose between 600 and 700 parking spaces, which is significant. We're still losing some parking spaces, but it's down to about 350. So through working together and tightening up the design and making sure that it's what it needs to be, nothing more, nothing less, we did mitigate in a good design effort and a good collaboration with Clark County to not eliminate the impacts, but certainly to help minimize them. So again, I think that's a spirit of collaboration between UNLV, NSHE, the board, and the county that I feel very proud of. So thank you.
I'm going to go to Regent Brooks next.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. I just wanted to, just for the education of history, right? Because this really did begin around 2017, from what I understand, and now it's working its way to fruition during this meeting. And I'm just wondering just a couple of things. One, in having some conversations with folks who were around at that time, it seemed to me like there was less property that they thought that would be given to the county for this project than where it sits today. And so I wanted to ask your opinion on that, because clearly I wasn't around for any of those conversations. And then what is I remember that you and I had a conversation, and I'm thankful that we did, but there was also some consideration of the UNLV sign.
Correct.
That's in that parking lot, and that being moved, and then expenses related to that being moved. Can you just share with me some of the history with the first one in terms of the actual amount of property that 6 years ago they thought would be giving up? Yeah.
Absolutely, Regent Brooks. Thank you for the question. I'm happy to provide some history. David Fromer for the record. So this project really dates almost back to 2015 with an effort called the Southern Nevada Transportation Improvement Plan, which was really looking at valley-wide traffic and how do we sustain business, sustain tourism, sustain the ability for all of our citizens to get around. So this was part of that planning effort. My belief is that we're actually giving less land, or I shouldn't, it's not giving, it's contributing to a joint effort of mutual benefit, less land. So the Colville alignment has not changed in terms of the land there. That road is very straightforward. The depressed roadway is quite complex and has gone through a lot of design iterations and refinements to make it work optimally. And with reducing it from 700 parking spaces impacted down to about 350, I believe that's approximately a reduction of about 2 acres of land that will not be contributed. So I believe in this day and age, it's less land being contributed than we first had estimated. So that to me is a positive. I think you had a second question, and I'm trying to, I somewhat missed it because I was so focused on the first one.
That's okay. I appreciate your time here. The Regent Brooks, for the record, the second question had to do with the moving of the
Yes.
of the sign.
So back in 2020, when we were, kind of discussing who would contribute what to the project, the county did make a request, and we brought it to this board for information. Right after that, it was July 2020 when the county made the request. We brought it to the board in August of 2020 to move the sign at the northeast corner of Tropicana and University Center Drive. We've agreed to do that, and that is part of this discussion. What we ultimately are doing is we have a billboard vendor who manages that sign on our behalf, and as a part of that billboard vendor's operations and management of that sign, they have agreed to relocate it as a part of their management. So there will be no direct cost expended by UNLV. The billboard vendor partner is taking on that responsibility for that relocation. We have another billboard that we have an easement. We used to own the property on the northwest corner of Tropicana and University Center Drive. That billboard is also part of UNLV's inventory. We're in active discussions to determine a relocation strategy to that item. That has to be resolved, and that's one of the items I think we'd work with the chancellor in terms of final resolution. But our expectation is, and our plan right now is that we will work with our billboard vendor for them to also relocate that one because they do generate some revenue. We have a revenue share, and they've been very cooperative in saying that they're willing to take that component on.
Thank you, Regent Brooks, again for the record. So it sounds like there is less acreage that will be contributed to this project than initially thought. What's the total amount, as we sit today, what's the total amount of acres that will be contributed to the project?
I believe it's a little over 6 acres. I want to say 6.19, but the precise number is in the agenda item. I can look that up quickly.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
roughly 6 acres, 7 acres
Yeah.
is fine. And the last question that I have for you is the total expense for UNLV, right, regarding any aspects of this project, what is that totaling?
Yeah, so I believe that the contributions of providing the land and relocating the sign are our contributions. I do not believe that there's no money out of pocket that I am anticipating at this moment. I believe if there is any, it will be nominal, but essentially the contributions are the relocation of existing assets, the signs, and the contribution of the land area. We are not going to pay for the road. We're not going to pay for the depressed roadway. Those are county-funded components.
Okay, thank you. Regent Brooks again for the record. So I appreciate that. So there really, aside from contributing the land, there is no real fixed cost to this that UNLV will incur in this project.
Correct. We don't anticipate any money out of pocket.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your time.
My pleasure.
Thank you. I'll go to Regent Goodman next.
So to clarify, thank you for your briefing earlier and making the point of contacting me to explain some of the complexity of this. The project went from 60 million, where it would have been something kind of obstructive to the campus, to 100 million? Is that correct?
David Fromer, for the record, thank you for the question, Regent Goodman. The overhead project was 90 million and the depressed roadway 150 million.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you for that.
My
And then the actual land is worth approximately 15 to 20 million?
Yes, David Fromer, we did some assessments and had an appraiser look at it. We believe the land value and the value of the improvements on the land is right around $17 million.
Okay, great. And then the 650 spots down to the 350 spots, they've reduced that by 2 acres, does that still leave us at 6.2 acres? Or does that, does it then go down, as you said, 2 acres to 4.2 acres?
Thank you for the question, Regent Goodman, David Fromer. The 6.2 acres is the final disposition, so if it would have been the 700 parking spaces, it would have been closer to 8.2 acres.
Great. Okay, well, I want to say that I really like this connectivity from that 42-acre parcel to the main campus, because for me, that says that we can use that space for something that can really contribute to the university. When I was going to UNLV in the 1900s, they always talked about how it was a battle between the airport and UNLV for land, and so I think this is a great project, and I want to just, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the county for, and the commissioner for making that effort to ensure that this doesn't obstruct our school, and it's a better project for UNLV, so thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you, and I don't know if Dennis has arrived. Dennis Cedarberg, the Director of Public Works, is here, and if he'd like to, Dennis, if you wouldn't mind just talking a little bit about the project and its connectivity, I think if the chair is comfortable with that, I think that might be helpful to a little bit of the engineering.
Yes, I very much welcome Mr. Cedarberg and his comments.
Good evening, Dennis Cedarberg with Clark County Public Works. Yes, the roadway that we're proposing, Tompkins alignment, runs along the north side of the border of the 42 acres. It connects Koval, and it'll come down and connect to Paradise with a northbound to westbound connection from University Center Drive to west to Koval, and Koval you can go north or south. The idea of that concept is to kind of eliminate some of the traffic and distribute more of the traffic off of Tropicana and off of Harmon and put some onto Tompkins to give that same alignment so you can distribute more into the resort corridor. There'll be a bridge for the northbound to westbound over Paradise, so that'll be a free flow movement that won't have to stop at Paradise, and Paradise can continue without interruption of a signal at that location. And so University Center Drive will be westbound. I don't know if you received the presentation on that. I just arrived a few minutes ago. But it'll be westbound. We'll go depressed just west of Burnham Street and stay depressed until it's west of Paradise. The eastbound will then go over the top of both that westbound, two bridges on the eastbound over the westbound traffic. And so the eastbound will have a signal at both University Center Drive and Paradise. Does that help? If you have
Of course, thank you. That was very succinct. Thank you very much. I'm excited for the state flower of the, what is it, the traffic cone? Is that? Well, it'll be alive and well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to Regent Rager and then Regent Boylan.
Oh, no, I was just going to thank Dennis for always being so helpful. Before you got here, I said we probably did hundreds of projects together out in District F. So thank you for being here today and explaining it so thoroughly, although your commissioner next to you did a very good job. You can go to, we're not doing a motion yet.
Thank
and I think
Actually, before I go to Regent Boylan, I'd like to give other regions who haven't had an opportunity to say anything the option, and so I'm going to go to Regent Fernandez.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I actually just wanted to first thank you, David, for the opportunity to really break down this project with a lot of historical knowledge on this, and wanted to personally thank, of course, the Clark County Commission and Commissioner Gibson for showing up today and admitting that this was the design solution in the first place was not as great as it is today. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank you for the investment in our community in this way and really working hand in hand as partners. So I think when working with architects, it's always incredible to be able to see the before and after, and something that is really pushing for the best aspect of our community, and I think this really did it. So I thank you again, and thank you again for the county, and I look forward to continued partnerships like this in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go now to Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Fromer, just when things are so organized, I get a wee bit confused. So what happened to Elon Musk's Bora company? And it was going to be in this area, it was going under, what happened to it? Have I missed something?
Thank you, Regent Boylan. David Fromer for the record. And I just want to make sure we're still topical. If there, I never want to get crossways with our attorneys.
Oh,
Yeah,
no, no.
thank you for, yeah, if it, as it relates to the 42 acres, yes, certainly that's within the goalpost. If it's outside of the
Terrific,
that would be
thank
my
you.
advice.
So thank you for the question, Regent Boylan, David Fromer. So the board did approve, authorize last year the sale of approximately a 2.35 acre parcel of the Paradise campus, plus 2 easements, an access easement and an underground easement for the boring company tunnels. We've been in active negotiations on a purchase and sale agreement with the boring company. Those have not come to a conclusion yet, but we're still talking to them. So that possibility still exists. We just need to get to the end of the negotiation phase of the purchase and sale agreement. Then there will be a due diligence period for them to do their land studies to make sure there's, no oil wells underground or some,
Oh, nice.
yes.
Oh, yeah, that'll be great. But if I remember correctly, we were going to have the Bora company entrance to the tunnels in the parking lot of Thomas and Mack, and then it was moved across.
Correct.
I remember all this, but I wanted to get it from you, from the horse's mouth, so that we have this correct. So that's not going to affect the depressed roadway that's going to be made?
Thank you, Regent Boylan, and right from the horse's mouth, I love that phrase. We have shared all that information with the boring company related to the depressed roadway, and the boring company works very closely with the county because the county provides all the approvals and entitlements.
I'm sure, yeah.
So they are well aware of the depressed roadway and coordinating their tunnel system to be under the depressed roadway. So that is not information that, they have that information and they are fully aware of their need to coordinate with that.
And Elon Musk is all right? No, I'm just irritating people by taking his name, Elon Musk. That's all. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I do have one comment regarding the monument sign that used to be the waterfall, and that is going to be consumed by this project, we know. I think that it would be wise to bring back to the board renderings of what you would like to do with that area before you go forward with it. It probably won't have to come back to the board, given the financial, the cost associated with that, but I think that is such a prominent part of, Las Vegas, and it is where we can showcase to all of the world's visitors to Las Vegas what we've got in UNLV. So I'd very much like to see you bring that back before you start on anything, so that we can give you our feedback on that.
Thank you, and we'd be very happy to bring that back at your request as an information item for discussion. Part of our strategy there, so to give a little history on that sign, it used to be a fountain. It was the Bally's Fountain, and then it was renamed Caesar's Fountain. And then with the water crisis, the fountain was shut down. When the billboard at that northeast corner was kind of upgraded about 10, 15 years ago, and a surround was put around it, that's like the Welcome to Las Vegas theme. The billboard vendor actually helped us convert at their expense that sign from a fountain to the monument sign it is today. We added a taller wall. It says University of Nevada, Las Vegas, founded 1957. So our intent is to coordinate with the billboard vendor to see if they can kind of work with us on something similar as a part of that billboard relocation. And part of what we'd like to do is, and this may require some additional discussion, but it's sometimes hard to visualize exactly how everything's going to wind up with a project like this. So part of our thinking has been that we would relocate the billboard, get it out of the way, the project for the roadway would be done. Then we would kind of say, all right, this is the canvas we have to create a new sign and use that as an opportunity to really do it right versus kind of guessing what it might be like. So I'll certainly be happy to have some further offline conversation about how we coordinate that to satisfy your request, but also make sure we're doing the right thing and it's in the context of what the final kind of outcome of the layout will be.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Okay, any other questions or comments? would entertain a motion. Now, this is a very large motion that includes many parts to it.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd recommend if there's gonna be a motion to, it's a little wordy to read the entire thing, but I think, it'd be prudent to reference at least the five, if the intent of the motion is to encompass all five of the authorizations within agenda item 14, I think that'd be my recommendation.
Thank you. So yes, I would like to entertain a motion to approve all 5 sections of item 14 of this agenda item, as well as the last paragraph that, that further requests the chancellor to be authorized to finalize, approve, and execute any ancillary agreements or instruments required to complete and execute the dedication of deeds, easements, MOUs, and/or LMAs for the properties, including but not limited to any supporting conveyances, easements, rights-of-way, and nominal finalization of square footage or acreage necessary. All aforementioned items under the chancellor's authorization shall be reviewed and approved by the NSHE General Counsel and/or NSHE Designated Real Estate Counsel to implement the terms and conditions required to finalize and execute and administer the dedication of deeds, easements, MOUs, and/or LMAs, and other associated agreements, instruments, or documents for the properties and/or action items approved. So I will entertain a motion.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I'm going to make my comment since I had given the floor to Regent Breger first. I just think it's wonderful of the county here to work in collaboration, and I have listened, really listened. I was at that meeting. I'm the only one on the board that was here that day. And I got, when I got in my rental car to come to this meeting a couple days ago, I purposely drove that route, because I wanted to really I told you I'm visual. I wanted to see what it really looked like and how awful it would have been had the county not listened. And they listened, and that's a beautiful partnership. And we need you and you need us. And this is our largest university in the state of Nevada. It's over, 33,000 almost students and growing. So this is just really great, and these are good days for us when we can come together and all agree. So I will make the motion, and I'm trying to make it really easy, to approve item number 14, the whole big thing in dark, and then all 5 items plus the last paragraph to give authority to the chancellor. And so our wonderful staff will
I'll
be able
second
to
that.
write all that in.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion from Regent Del Carlo and a second from Regent Breger, and we will take a roll call vote. So Carrie?
Regent Fernandez.
Aye.
Regent Goycochea.
Aye.
Regent Goodman.
Aye.
Regent McGrath.
Aye.
Regent Ariscada.
Aye.
Regent Batista.
Aye.
Regent Boylan.
Aye.
Regent Breger.
Aye.
Regent Brooks.
Yes.
Regent Brown.
Yes.
Chair Carvalho.
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo.
Yes.
Vice Chair Downs.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So we will now go back to item number 13, purpose statement for 42-acre property located at the northeast corner of Tropicana Avenue and Koval Lane in Clark County, Nevada, UNLV. And I'll go to Officer in Charge, Chris Hebe.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. We're delighted to be here today to basically mostly listen to the board about the thoughts about the disposition ultimately of, what is the most valuable current disposable asset of the university. I think we all know that this land was initially bought because we thought it might be the home for the football stadium, as they were talking about relocating the Raiders to Las Vegas. And now we have beautiful Allegiant Stadium and a very valuable piece of land that sits right down the street from what will now be the Las Vegas A's Stadium. And so we did do an RFP process, and I was there in the audience the day when the president brought that forward as an information item, but I think there was a lot of concern about the visibility of that RFP and the lack of input that the board had had in conceptualizing how that land would ultimately be used. And so we put forward for consideration today some principles about how we would think about using this land. And ultimately, at the moment, we're paying, more than $3 million a year on the bonds that we hold for this land that is essentially sitting idle. And so we would like to move forward in coming up with some more productive use of this land. And you can see the principles listed there in your briefing documents. And they basically begin with the notion of realizing the monetary value of the land, and that obviously could be through sale or through a long-term lease. And the briefing documents explain that extremely long-term leases will be the most attractive to those who might bid, because then they can invest substantial resources into developing on the land. We might also consider things that would involve UNLV programming on the land if they could also be consistent with revenue generation. And then, of course, acting in alignment with the boards and its wishes, and acting in alignment with all of the county and state rules related to development. And so with that being said, I think we just want to open it up to hearing the thoughts of the board about different ideas that you may have that will guide us in how we move forward with next steps in this process.
Thank you. Yes, we're on item number 13. So I'll open it up to any remarks from the board. This is your opportunity to tell UNLV what we would like to see there. So I'll go with Regent Breger.
I can't necessarily say what I'd like to see, but I think we would need to know, are there still proposals out there? I'm going to say this, what I don't want is a shopping center. Those come and go, and we have a very, how many billions or millions of a stadium coming in that is only going to increase the value of that land and the types of needs that can be there. So I think just asking us what we want, it depends on who's willing to do what the pricing would be, what it does for us as value, and how does it take away the $3 million a year that you're paying. So there's more to the question of asking us that, because it's valuable. I mean, it's the last parcel that I can think of, and I'm looking off of the Regents map and I've driven it many, many times. So it's gold as far as that goes, once they build that stadium. And the Stadium Authority is now put together, they're moving forward. It seems to be that it's gonna be viable. So I think that the timing's still not right. And this comes from 35 years. I'm not an expert on commercial, but close. It just doesn't seem like it's the appropriate time. I'm happy to hear from all, whatever regions, but I feel like I don't see the rush right now unless it's just proposed and see what's out there with a new RFP or however you want to do it. I only know the airport's the one that's come back again for what they wanted. But what's the highest and best? What's highest and best use? Is it highest and best to have a lease? Is it highest and best to get the money and do something really amazing? But timing, I think, is still a little too soon. Okay. Too soon to either sell it or just put whatever on it. It has to be pretty magnificent to meet the needs of that area for where it sits. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you for that. And I would just comment that, we will, to be able to realize what the highest and best use would be, we would have to go through an RFP process, and we'd have to set what the boundary conditions of that RFP would be. So, for example, would we consider people who wanted to purchase the land versus people who wanted to engage in a long-term lease? And again, the length of the lease would be a factor in the kinds of bids that we would get in terms of the amount of value that a developer would be willing to put into it. And so I know that when there was a discussion with the board before, there was some sense that some people thought the 99-year term was too long. Some people thought that it should be used for university-focused development. And so that's where we're here trying to kind of basically have a listening session to hear the different thoughts, and that would help us come forward with a more specific proposal of what an RFP or other kinds of steps to move forward would look like. We would come back to the board with that. And you would see that again before any particular action would happen.
So I'm just going to follow up. Has there been like a round table with our builders and developers here? just to get an idea of what is the best use for that land in a couple of years when the stadium is there. What gives us, because you'd want a reverter clause. If they didn't do what they said and the land went defunct and they've built, which I don't think we need commercial. I mean, I think that would be an absolute no from me. I can't speak for 12 other people. So I think just hearing what ideas might be, I still think it's early in any type of process till we see what happens, because it's really one of the last parcels that size of 40, let's call it 38 acres, you know, with the road being gone, with the road being there, excuse me. So I guess I would just need more information from those to be that have a greater understanding of the most viable, highest and best use for that in the future.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Regent Brown next.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I'm really happy that we're having this conversation because I think when the 42 acres first came up, I think a lot of our reaction was almost visceral, just to give this over for 99 years for a shopping center. When we look at the reality of UNLV, it is landlocked. Since I was a student, so much of my green space and the parking structure and the parking spots that I used to take now have buildings on them. And that is an incredible sign of progress. But that also is a reality that as our largest institution grows, we are going to need more buildings that are academically focused. I mean, compared to your sister school in the north, you have 33% more students, but they have 25% more academic space than you. So the reality is that UNLV as an institution needs to focus on building more academic buildings because you're just going to get bigger. Southern Nevada is going to get bigger. We're projected to be 3 million people. That means more college students. So the reality is looking towards a county of 3 million people, and how does an institution like yours service that? So when we have 42 acres minus, what are we calling it, 39 acres now? When we have 39 acres now, I would say for me personally, I want to see academic space. And when I look at what makes UNLV special and what Southern Nevada needs, it's hospitality and it's sports, it's medicine, it's these are the things that are growing at a very rapid pace. We're no longer just a, entertainment capital. We're a sports entertainment capital. And I think with the Sports Institute that we approved when I first got on the board here, and with the rapidly growing just population, we're going to need more medical. And so for me, when we're growing these departments and these majors at your institution, having buildings and having space that will actually be good for the community, but also add academic additions to your state, that's personally what I would look for.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a queue going for sure. Next is Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I know you said the payment on the bond is $3 million a year, and it's listed, and I've read this a couple weeks ago when it first came out, but what is the actual offset with the billboard and the paving company and all that? So what's that offset? So what is it really the cost to UNLV every year? Because this is really, I agree, this is a really valuable piece of property. You paid $50 million for it, I believe, in 2015, and it's done nothing but go up, and the campus is landlocked, and that's, UNR, although it goes back 151 years this year, I mean, there was nothing but land out there 151 years ago. And land, I'm Italian, and you just hang on to land. You don't get rid of it. I'm telling you, it's in my culture, so.
Thank you for the question, Regent Del Carlo. David Fromer for the record. So the current offset between all of the revenue sources, and we also have an agenda item after this for a potential short-term lease with Las Vegas Grand Prix. In this year, if that lease were to be approved by the board, we have about $1 million of revenue offsetting the $3 million in debt service. In 2026, that would go down to $400,000. Some of those leases drop off in facility use agreements, which are very short-term uses. And then in 2027, 2028, if nothing changes, it's solely the billboard revenue, which generally varies between $250,000 and $300,000 a year. Just a few points I'd like to share just to provide some context. we always look for people who are interested in short-term, low-impact uses. A lot of those are done under a facility use license agreement with the review and agreement of legal and NSHE. Those are assigned at the president level and are usually very short-term and very low right use to use the land. But light touch stuff where no one's going to invest a lot, so you'll see things like construction staging or temporary parking, things like that, because that's a great way to get some revenue without having a long-term commitment as we figure out what the long-term plan is. One other comment I wanted to make more generally, and this is something I think we did not feel was optimally handled, perhaps I'll say. We heard a lot of the frustrations, a lot of the concerns of board members related to some of the past processes, and we really felt it was important to come back with an information item to give you all the opportunity to provide us feedback. And I know no one's got the crystal ball to say what will the future hold, but we'd really like to do a reset on this and really start from kind of more of a ground up approach to say, let's get input, board input, perhaps market input, as Regent Brager noted, so that we really build this from the ground up with some good degree of input and consensus. We think that's important in light of some of the history here.
So thank you for that information. And just, I had brought the 90-year lease up. I know that was a real concern to me, but I didn't know, because I'm not a commercial realtor, I don't know that market. I didn't know that it attracts bigger, better, whatever, because of the length of time. And then I said, I doubt there's anybody in this room is gonna be there in 90 years to see if we made the right decision. I know there's some modern medicine coming down the pike. We're gonna be able to live over 100 to maybe 120, 30, but I don't know if it's gonna be there yet, so. Thank you very much. And thank you for reaching out. You've done a really great job helping all of us.
And to that point, Regent Del Carlo, so, what we've put forward today is not, it's not a mandate, it's not a determination, it's really a starting point for people to react to and provide us input. If you look at purely economics, and life is not purely economic, but this piece of land is unique and special, right? The value, the location, unique and special. The Maryland campus has a lot of development capacity if we, go to more parking structures and don't have a lot of surface lots, more of an urban campus. And this proposal starts just with the premise, and again, this premise is subject to your input and your comment. We'd love to hear it, is a monetization approach. For the point of the ground lease, and I did share a couple of links in here, I hope that gave some additional context. Really, I agree with you on the holding land forever. I'd rather hold an asset and get revenue forever and still own the asset and the improvements. That, to me, at least financially, is the most virtuous approach, not the only approach. So again, we're open-minded, want to hear the input. Related to the length of the lease, it's really about how much will a developer invest to get a return, and if their return period is 30 years, they're not going to invest huge sums of money. If the term's 99 years, they will invest massive amounts of money if the property has a viable return, and at the end of that term, the improvements are owned by the university and NSHE, which to me is like the greatest thing since sliced bread, and I really like sliced bread. So anyway.
It shows.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Me too, it's okay.
Next I'll go to Regent Goodman.
First of all, thank you for the reset. Thank you for this item. Thank you for bringing it back. I've thought about this parcel obviously significantly, and I really think that the best thing you could do, you just kind of draw from your own experience. But we've had a conversation when I used to work for the mayor. We had a very valuable 61-acre piece of property downtown. And what happened is there was a legitimate RFP that went out that was significant, that was stating exactly what was wanted for that parcel. It was advertised significantly. And what we wanted was live work, or we wanted medical, or we wanted, and so that was sent out for a master developer to come and do that. I think the best thing we can do with this parcel is to do, not unlike what President Sandoval had presented, where you have this public-private partnership. So if we send out an RFP and we say that we want to do something hospitality, or we want to do something that is going to enhance the school, I think that if we do something like that, attract a developer that's going to do that, that's then going to actually contribute to the parcel, or we give the parcel, whatever, but we have something that benefits the school. So, I just see it, and I know that this was supposed to be a revenue source as well. When you kind of look at it, it was, it was supposed to be something where we bought it and now we're going to sell it for significantly more. But because, due to Regent Brown's comment, we are landlocked, and I do think that there is an opportunity here for us to really use this part. It's 1 block from the Strip. It's right there next to UNLV. I realize there's some height restrictions, but there's really, I think, an opportunity here, and we should at least vet that process to see, can we go out there? Can we find a developer that's willing to do something where we give them the land, but then they develop it and they make this piece, this parcel add to what the university is already doing. So that would be my input on this item. I appreciate you bringing it back and letting us have commentary about it, you and Officer in Charge Hebe, so thank you.
Thank you. Next is Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just 2 things. One is some levity for Regent Del Carlo. We already have people who live 200, 300 years old. They're getting Social Security, according to the president, so we already have that. But the other one, see, we need some levity. Wake up. The other one is to you, sir. You put out the RFPs and all that stuff, and we got this one thing, it was called the Tompkins Village, that they were going to make that and present it with all the different things. I think you must have got their plan, and I think some of the regions or all of them got their plan. And that was a 50-year lease, and they were going to develop all these things for students. You might remember it better than me, because unlike Regent Goodman, I don't think about this place. I'm like, it's lying there, we'll figure it out. We're making money from the F1 races and all, that's good. But what happened to those people? And if you put out an RFP, can they be contacted again? They seem to be the best offer that we could have got out of that property.
Yeah. Thank you for the question, Regent Boylan. David Fromer. So I think our strategy is to cast a much wider net next time. And we've had expressions of interest at Tompkins Village, and I do have that proposal. The developer did reach out and share that with me. We have other proposals as well. We haven't had any recently, so we haven't really been seeking proposals because we're in this reset phase of like, let's really be deliberate about how we're going to go about this. But I think our approach would be to have a much more broad outreach plan with the RFP. So both people who have expressed interest to date, and then, typically the university will advertise through a platform called NGEM, which is kind of the solicitation platform. That's very good for routine university and public solicitations. This is not one of those. This is quite unique.
No, right.
And the kinds of entities and developers who would look to do something like this are not the kinds of entities who are registered in a public procurement system. So I think you got to do things like go out to professional societies like NAOP and CREW and other entities where developers and commercial real estate entities are very active. You really have to go where the people are instead of expecting them to come to you. And I think the more routine kind of commodity approach is more like, hey, there are people that do business with the university routinely to sell supplies and paper. This is
Sure,
not.
no, I get that. And like some regions said, especially Regent Brago said this, a shopping center there is no good because we've got tons of them closed or they're empty. But this, when you put out that RFP, we had this one really good idea, better than anything else I've heard. So if we don't have anything, you've got that RFP, are you going to get in touch with them and ask them to, let's do something? Or you're going to wait till more time to get more people?
I think the proposal, and this is, again, thank you for this feedback. This is exactly what we're looking for. But I think what we're stating right now is that we're proposing in the purpose statement to go out for an RFP. We would contact all entities who expressed interest, including the Tompkins Village team,
Yeah.
provide opportunities to any proposer of quality and of capability. Our intent was not to do more of a sole source approach where we go to someone who's expressed interest and negotiate with that directly. That's not really the majority of feedback I believe we had heard in some of the past commentary, but certainly, again, if that's something that you feel would be appropriate, we will put that in our thinking of how to finalize this purpose statement.
Okay, so we don't want people to think when the RFP went out and they put up idea to us and then they got no feedback from us. So is that going to go on? Oh, I don't like this one, so we're not going to take this idea. Or are you going to bring those to the board so we can all put our heads together and say, hey, this is a good plan, this is better than that. Maybe this is even better for UNLV. How's that going to work? Because you're telling me they gave you the presentation and the RFP was sent out, but we are not considering them. Now, forget it. We don't get it.
Well, I think in that case, the proposal did not come in response to the RFP. It came in when we had already evaluated the ones that did come in.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Right.
I'd say going forward, we would put in an RFP. Typically, it's fairly uncommon in my experience to do an RFP and have the board itself be the evaluation committee. That generally is not common practice or best practice. I think the approach is that the university puts out the RFP, the university appoints folks to sit on that selection board. They can be within the university, they can be outside experts who are essentially advising the university. They would evaluate as experts, make a recommendation to the leadership, to the officer in charge or president. But ultimately, whatever happens will have to come to the board for approval.
And then you'll have to bring like 4 best ones or just one that you'll choose?
Yeah, I think we would probably bring the recommended one that went through a university evaluation process for you to deliberate on, yes or no. If you were to say yes, we move forward. If you were to say no as a board, then we might go back to the next best option.
Thank you. So you won't bring the best of 3 or anything like that, just one?
Yeah.
And then we'll...
I think typically we would evaluate and give the best option to the board, because again, it's fairly, I don't think it's typical or common for the board to deliberate over multiple options. It's really acting on a recommendation from the university.
Thank you. It's just such a big amount of money that it concerns me, so, but thank you. I've learned something today. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Gokachia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. They call it fishing. You're going on an expedition here. But the bottom line is you've owned it 8 years. It's had 500% appreciation. I'm going to say realistically. It went from 60 million to north of 300. It's costing you 1% a year to hold it. Regent, my colleague on the other cornerstone down there, she's saying, hey, we need more facilities. That property, we know what the Trop site brought for the A Stadium. You might well build a whole campus for what that property's worth. So again, like I say, in my world, kick the tires a little bit, look around, that's fine. But there's no hurry. With 500% appreciation against 1% to hold it, there's no hurry.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent McGrath.
I am just following up on, well, first of all, I want to second what Regent Goodman was saying about process. I think that does sound best. But I wanted to follow up on what Regent Brager was hitting on, and maybe this is a nuance that is not that important, but I just want to understand it. How linked is the value, whether for sale purposes, which probably won't happen, or for long-term leases, to the stadium project actually being completed? Because I actually don't, you may have more information. I've heard different things and I don't really know whether that's going forward. So, I mean, and also in terms of timing. So would we be in a better position? I mean, I guess it's a bit of a gamble, but we're all used to that. So if we know that is in fact for certain going forward, are there ancillary uses that are more valuable, things that people want to build close to a baseball stadium? I'm just curious about that timing and how that affects value.
Thank you for the question, Regent McGrath, and I think it's a great question. So I would say that the development of the A Stadium, and this is all professional opinion and assessment, does have an impact on the land. Some of that's probably already baked in because the announcement of it, and they've started clearing the site. There was just an announcement in the paper, I think, today. I think that only gets better as the A Stadium is developed. And I think you learn some of the outcomes of that stadium once it's developed and operated, which is a few years off. 2028, I want to say, is when they anticipate playing in the stadium. But when you see what economic impact that has in terms of people flocking to that corner and then going to restaurants and going to other ancillary hospitality uses or entertainment uses, I think the full picture when the stadium is operating is helpful and has the potential of further increasing value, because then you'll really see, oh, you have a baseball stadium, maybe you want a baseball experience next door where people can go and use the batting cages and kind of like Atomic Golf or of baseball, something like that. Just projecting here. Some of the uses there, I think the property is zoned H1, which is hospitality. So it's zoned as a hospitality site, which is intrinsic to its value, that you can build a hospitality type project there. But I believe the prospects for this future are bright. It's a unique asset. To be fair, it's also at the end of airport runways, so there are some restrictions and some care that needs to be taken to not unreasonably disrupt airport operations. But to me, seeing what the A's stadium does will just give further enhancement and will allow you to really pinpoint, perhaps a little more specifically, what uses might be most valuable at the site. Right now, I think it's a little bit of a projection. I think when you see what happens, another example might be that you have entertainment venues and then you have parking, and a lot of projects are now being built assuming not a lot of on-site parking because people park and then Uber. You could have that kind of dynamic to say you park, you go to dinner, then you go to the game, and there's a whole dynamic of how does this thing work as an ecosystem.
No, thank you for that. Just one quick follow-up. Do we believe, though, that it's going to take till 2028 when the A Stadium is theoretically operational, or would those things kind of start to be developed once it is for certain a go, which again, I may not be up to date on where that is, and maybe it is.
Yeah.
But I feel like maybe it would be sooner than when it's actually operational that people start to think about the ancillary uses.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Yes, I think it's not uncommon that you would do it once the project is a known go, even though it's not developed. And there's always kind of the push and pull of the earlier we can start, let's say it's a revenue generation focus, the earlier you can start generating revenue, you can't regain that time. So if you can make $4 million from the land next year and you wait and you say, well, I think I can wait and do something better and make 6, well, you're not going to make the 4, you're going to lose a year of revenue. So there's a bit of a balancing act there. You got to say, when do I want to really go in and set things loose? I want to make the money as soon as I can, but I also don't want to do something that doesn't utilize the site to its fullest capability, the push and pull.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Next is Regent Fernandez.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to allow us to voice our opinions here. I think that it's incredibly important for us to put the right people in the room to also help guide us as well. I think that you come with your professional background and have given us a really incredible context. But to your earlier point, I think we need sort of the community that wants to invest, right? The people who are here in Las Vegas that really understand, the developers that might have an interest in that. Because I feel like it is easier to say, right? I'm looking back at the context of the different meetings that were Regents have voiced different concerns around this, but it's saying the lease is too long, right? I feel like if we could be provided with sort of options of, hey, this is maybe projections, right? But again, working with a community that really cares about UNLV and want this development to be something that's successful, right? That maybe does go back to the point of my other colleagues here, that connects the university back to its area, right? But can also generate revenue. I think it's incredible that we are holding this really valuable piece of land, but to your point, right, it's do we wait or do, there's so many unknowns there, but I think that we have people who are experts in this that can give us that level of opinion, and people who will likely volunteer to do so just because they care about this. And I think that I'm not an expert in this, but I look to you all who are to maybe give us a little bit more clarity. And I don't know what that is, right? You gave up some great points of, atomic baseball or whatever the case it is here. Does that contribute back to the campus, right? I think that the only point that I have is that I certainly want our institutions to generate money whenever possible, but definitely the connection back to campus is important. And I don't know if it is necessarily an academic building, but certainly an academic program that will connect it back. And I think that makes us more focused on, I remember the purchase when I was a student, and that was incredible. There was so much excitement around that and the potential what could be, and I think that we're all still excited about that potential in the future. But my comment here is would love to get other experts in the room to help us guide this decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Regent Breger.
And just for a moment, I'll say this. So because land is, this is Susan Breger for the record, sorry. Because land is so scarce, and until the BLM, 78% of our state is still owned by the BLM. And when they do release it, people just clamor because there's so little of it. That's why I feel when you say, if we were psychic, it'd be great, but hindsight is the only thing that's 20/20. When you said the 4 million, it could be worth 8 million more by the time we go to do something. So there's no real way to do this, but we don't want to move too swiftly, is what I think, and that's one opinion only. But I do think that we need to be cautious, and I agree that there are smarter people than me out there that do this all the time. I have a smidgen of information. I've done a lot of land in the medical district that turned out really super, but I just think we have to be cautious because land, I've never seen it devalue. And I don't like the never word, but I can say that for this state, that it just constantly goes up. So I just say caution. If there's something that is absolutely beneficial and there's a clause in there that if they don't succeed and they go away, that it reverts back to the UNLV, then that would be a safety net, so that then we just sell it again. So anyway, that's just what I want to end with.
Thank you. Just to voice my opinion on this, I agree with the caution and the slow consideration of it. I think it would be great to put it out to RFP to see what we get. But I think it is difficult given that we know that something very big is planned to be built right down the street. So we want to see that come to fruition and see that succeed. And I am just really cautious about the proximity to the airport. I do think that there are more restrictions to that land than most land that we have. So that is something that I'm concerned about. We can't just, it's not like whatever you want to do, we can do it there. It isn't just, it's height restrictions, it's noise, it's many things with that. So, but I really do appreciate the opportunity to voice our opinions on this and for us to really be deliberate in how we move forward with this.
Thank you.
And I look forward to the next time that we do that. Regent Goodman would like to just say one last thing, and then hopefully we can move on.
Just one more thing. Is it a possibility too, just your comments just kind of triggered a thought, with all of these restrictions, I know that there is a parcel for sale across the street right now on Maryland, right? Mm-hmm. Is it something that you're contemplating to possibly, obviously get a new appraisal for the land, but possibly selling this land and then assembling some pieces across on Maryland Parkway so that, the homelessness over there where I used to live is a homeless encampment. It's nuts. And if I was bringing my daughter here from somewhere in the Midwest, I'd probably keep driving down Maryland Parkway. And so for me, I just think that, maybe that's even a smarter thing with the closer proximity, just something for you to, food for thought that, maybe we try to develop what's exactly across the street so that, sell this and then assemble that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move on to item number 15, short-term ground lease with the Las Vegas Grand Prix for a portion of the UNLV 42-acre property generally located on Tropicana Avenue near Decow Avenue, Clark County, And for this, I'll go to Officer in Charge Hevy, and I don't know if I pronounced that street name correctly, so I apologize if I don't.
I think you did. Thank you. Officer in Charge Hevy, I'll just let Dave Fromer take this since he's on a roll, and hopefully this one will be not controversial, good short-term use of the same land we were talking about. Yes, Dave.
Thank you, Officers in Charge Hevy. So David Fromer for the record. So as a part of the listening we've done to the board and some of the feedback we received at prior meetings on the 42 acres, we have been keeping our ears open for short-term opportunities where someone might use the land with very low investment to help with another project or effort. We've been approached by many entities. We're also thinking about how to get the land out there in some of the forums where people can approach you. But hearing the board's feedback, we were not seeking any leases beyond a couple of years at the most. So we've had some facility use license agreements. One of them has been with Las Vegas Grand Prix. They've requested use of the land subsequent to us entering a facility use agreement that exceeded the limits of a facility use agreement and moved into the term of a lease, a ground lease. So what we're bringing to you today is a short-term ground lease with extensions that would be mutually agreeable. So both parties have to agree to any of the one-year extensions to lease the land. It's 8.52 acres to Las Vegas Grand Prix. I have a representative, Terry Miller, the general manager of Las Vegas Grand Prix, in the audience if you would have any questions for him. But we felt that having this lease, which I believe goes through January of 2026 for the base term, and then after that, there's one-year extensions. I believe it's 4, if I remember correctly, that both Las Vegas Grand Prix and UNLV and NSHE would have to mutually agree to, so no party could force the other to extend it. It has to be agreeable. We felt like that was a good proposal to bring to the board to generate some revenue as we consider next steps for this site without any long-term commitments. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions. If you have any questions for Las Vegas Grand Prix, we do have Terry in the audience.
Thank you. I'll go to Regent Breaker.
The only comment, or it could be a question, I guess, is that they would leave it better than they found it, or at least how it was. Do we put that in our documents?
Yes, our facility use license agreements and lease agreements essentially have a return of the property to its original condition or better.
Okay.
In the past facility use license agreements, Las Vegas Grand Prix has been a great partner. They've actually left it better, including some paving, so that it dust control benefits as well as just other potential short-term uses. So yes.
So since you said dust control, if there is a problem and I know from being from the county, then that's on them during the lease period?
Correct. So this
Okay.
is a lease where the tenant has all of the operational
Okay.
and entitlement responsibilities.
Thank you for that.
My pleasure.
Regent Goodman.
I'd like to move to approve.
Okay, so I have a motion from Regent Goodman and a second from Regent Breaker. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Fromer. And thank you, Officer in Charge Hevy. Next item is public comment. Is there any public comment at GBC?
No public comment at GBC at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
None in Reno.
Thank you. Public comment here at Nevada State.
Yes, there is. Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Good afternoon. For the record, Aaron Hill, Hill, Faculty Senate Chair at the University of Nevada, Reno, offering comment today on behalf of my fellow faculty Senate chairs across the system, as established over our group text, in support of Kevin Osorio Hernandez's Nevada Student Alliance report earlier in today's meeting. So for Kevin, we as NSHE faculty Senate chairs stand with you in immense admiration of your courage in communicating so compellingly and vulnerably on behalf of your student peers throughout the system. The warm response to your remarks, with a standing ovation from many of us, should highlight the urgency of what you said to anyone who takes this current climate's volatility lightly or dismisses the obstacles and hostility we currently face. especially for those of us who are dependent entirely on federal funding, those who work in certain disciplines that have been targeted capriciously, and all people facing marginalization. I have found my role serving as Senate Chair that I'm dutifully compelled to represent my over 2,400 constituents rather than using my role to amplify my own personal views. And so I hear your story as a powerfully voiced perspective from the tens of thousands of students represented by the Nevada Student Alliance. Many of us in this room should take a cue from Kevin and do the same for those we serve as fiduciaries of an educational system. Some in this room representing their voters and all employees, stakeholders, and students throughout the NSHE system. And it's my hope that Kevin's remarks are a stirring wake-up call for all of us to live up to that shared mission for the public good. Thank you all for your time and for your dedicated service to Nevada's future.
Hello, Chair and members of the board. I am Elizabeth Walsh, a graduate assistant at the University of Nevada, Reno. I am in my 5th year of my PhD program in biochemistry, where I conduct research and teach. I also serve as the vice president of the Graduate Student Association at UNR. Recently, the GSA passed a resolution to support the Nevada Graduate Student Workers' efforts to form a union. I am here today to speak not only on behalf of myself, but also on the behalf of the graduate students I represent, calling on the Regents to support AB 191, which will enshrine a fair bargaining process for GAs and other NSHE employees in Nevada law. Through my role, I regularly meet with upper university leadership. I appreciate the support they offer when they can, but at the end of the day, GSA can only provide feedback to the administration and hope they listen. Graduate student workers have no real seat at the table when it comes to decisions about our working conditions. While I am fully versed in the resources UNR provides us, that power imbalance means that when students come to me struggling with harassment, bullying, or overwork, there are no enforceable protections I can point them to. This is not just a labor rights issue, it's an issue of financial stability and academic competitiveness for Nevada's universities. The lack of job security and protection contributes to high turnover rates among graduate assistants, which ultimately costs the university and the state. When GAs leave due to unsustainable working conditions, research is disrupted, grants are impacted, and Nevada risks falling behind in securing federal and private research funding. When graduate assistants can negotiate for protections and sustainable working conditions as equals, we are more likely to stay, and that means stronger research programs, better student instruction, and less money spent constantly recruiting and training our replacements. NSHE's support would send a powerful message to legislators that fair working conditions for graduate assistants are critical to the success of Nevada's higher education system, and that the well-being of graduate students matters to the Regents. I urge you to stand with us and support AB 191. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Regents, Chancellor. My name is Janet Vences-Balvis for the record, ACSN President. So I'm here today to state that I hope you all continue to support the IDEA Committee and its efforts at our institutions surrounding DEI. It's imperative that you all take a stance and also provide further guidance to our institutions in order to ensure our constituents and students are aware and informed about what is ongoing and how they will be directly impacted. Additionally, it's important that this guidance you provide, that you additionally provide guidance and instructions regarding information for students regarding their constitutional rights, regardless of the demographics and immigration status that they hold. We are only trying to keep our students informed and educated on what is the law. Finally, we are all aware that this current administration is coming after the Department of Education. Please work with our congressional representatives to ensure that they help protect their constituents here in Nevada. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Carvalho and members of the Board of Regents. My name is Ted Johnson. I'm a graduate assistant at the UNLV Department of Physics and Astronomy and part of Nevada Graduate Student Workers, UIW. I'm here with my colleagues today to urge the board to support Assembly Bill 191. This bill, if signed into law, creates a framework by which NSHE professional staff may organize appropriately and engage with NSHE in collective bargaining if they so wish. Across the country, collective bargaining is an important tool through which universities and academic employees work together to solve problems and further our shared goal of providing an excellent education to our students. Without collective bargaining, there is one group of employees left most vulnerable: graduate assistants. Across the state, 2,400 of us teaching in big lecture halls and small labs, doing research that brings in tens of millions of dollars in grants and contracts, and performing vital administrative roles that keep our campus running. We are vulnerable because the power imbalance between us and our supervisors means that harassment and bullying are a fact of life for many GAs. Many of us are afraid to seek help through university channels because we cannot afford the financial or professional harm that comes with retaliation. That's why 1,500 GAs democratically decided to unionize so that we can collaborate with NSHE on real solutions to unfair treatment. I urge you to support AB 191. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Board of Regents. My name is Patricia Oriana. I've been a graduate assistant at UNLV since 2022, and I'm part of Nevada Graduate Student Workers, UAW. I'm here to urge you to support AB 191 to address systemic problems facing graduate assistants working at NSHE. During my time as a graduate assistant, I had a baby that was born via C-section. I was forced to return to work just 6 weeks after having this major surgery, before I was fully recovered, because UNLV only offers 6 weeks of paid maternity leave for its graduate assistants. My family depended on my income, so I had no choice but to return to work. I've since learned that GAs at UNR have no guaranteed maternity leave at all, and I struggle to understand why that inequity exists. My work environment became increasingly difficult after I returned to work, and a new supervisor changed my schedule, took away my cubicle, and changed nearly all of my work duties, so I was no longer doing the job I was hired to do. She treated my coworkers and I with continual disrespect, leading me to feel pressured to quit. I filed a grievance with the graduate college and a complaint with the Title IX office, but the Title IX office dismissed my complaint and I had to go a month without pay before finding a new job. Title IX is an important resource, but it did not prevent me from being stripped of my job duties without just cause after returning to work as a new mom. And most GAs don't trust that a process entirely controlled by the administration will lead to a fair outcome. I am a woman of faith. I have also put my beliefs into action by being involved in the formation of our GA union. And today I pray that the voices of a supermajority of GAs will be heard and respected. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and NSHE staff. My name is Aaron Rook, E-R-I-N-R-O-O-K, and I use he, him pronouns. I'm a graduate research assistant in the UNLV School of Public Health, where I support research on Alzheimer's, Parkinson's disease, and caregiving in LGBTQ populations. I'm also a member of the Nevada Graduate Student Workers UAW Union. Like many graduate students, I rely on a graduate assistantship to continue my education. And while I am quite fortunate to work with a very supportive mentor, a healthy workplace should not be a matter of chance, nor should anyone have to endure an exploitative one. Yet without real bargaining power, workplace protections, and effective grievance processes, these abuses described by my peers are likely to continue. That's because faculty hold significant power over graduate workers, especially international students who risk losing both their education and U.S. residency if their assistantships are revoked. But even with fair-minded faculty, graduate workers still need the ability to negotiate. The terms of our employment are not decided by individual faculty. They are set by university administrators, leaving us without a clear pathway to advocate for our rights and interests as workers. For example, my team's 5 graduate assistants are currently preparing for layoffs because our assistantships are funded by federal grants, not state funds, and the federal government has decided to defund research that is inclusive of transgender people. When we were hired, GAs were not generally told where our funding comes from for our positions, right? So this leaves some of us unknowingly vulnerable to job loss in ways that others are not. One of the top priorities of the NGSW UAW is working with NSHE to advance our shared interests in increasing state and federal funding to public higher education. By backing AB 191, the Board of Regents will promote greater collaboration between the university system and employees to help advance its state budget priorities. Extending collective bargaining rights to graduate student workers is actually not controversial. It simply ensures that we have a mechanism to advocate for fair treatment and compensation. I urge you to support AB 191 so that all public employees can have a voice in the workplace. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Kara Smith, S-M-I-T-H for the record. I'm a graduate worker at UNLV in the Physics and Astronomy Department. I'm here to voice my support for Assembly Bill 191 and a union of graduate workers. Graduate workers perform a wide range of tasks that are necessary for university function. We do research, we publish papers, we teach, we grade, we fulfill any tasks that are assigned to us by our department, even ones that go beyond our job description. And in cases like that, it's really hard for us to say no, because as graduate assistants, our education, our ability to do research, our ability to graduate, even our future career prospects are held in the hands of the administration. When we're overworked, given tasks beyond our job description, or are missing the resources that we need to succeed and thrive in this workplace, we can only hope that those who have power over us will show us some goodwill. And I know that for a lot of graduate workers, goodwill alone cannot give us the necessary support. This overwhelming power imbalance causes an abundance of stress and fear that weighs on our lives and negatively impacts our work. And in order to properly address it, we need to respect the over 1,500 GAs who have asked for a seat at the table in solving these issues. We need the power to advocate for ourselves, the power to protect ourselves from retaliation, the power to come together and solve these issues, the power of a union. I urge you to support AB 191 and let the supermajority of graduate assistants who have voiced their desire to unionize be heard. Let us work for you without fear. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Madeline Overton, for the record, Overton. I'm a GA at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I also work in the Physics and Astronomy department, where I do astrophysics research, and I'm also a teaching assistant. I'm here to encourage you all to support Assembly Bill 191, which will enshrine a collective bargaining process for GAs and other professional employees into law. Collective bargaining will make NSHE institutions a better place to work and a better place to learn. GAs provide amazing contributions to our institutions by performing research that is not only groundbreaking and incredibly interesting if you ever get a chance to talk to people about it, but it also brings in millions in federal grants. We also provide quality education to our students, and we make the day-to-day essential functions of the university go smoothly. I'm very proud of the work that I do, but right now, GAs like me are not being supported by the current systems. As you've heard, GAs are dealing with a myriad of difficulties, from harassment to insufficient health care and wages. In order to solve these problems, GA input is necessary, and collective bargaining is the best way to make this happen. I hope you will all do your duty to advocate for your employees and support Assembly Bill 191.
Good evening, Board of Regents. My name is Riley Jones, Jones, and I am a graduate student at UNLV in the Department of Life Sciences, and part of our union, Nevada Graduate Student Workers, UAW. I am speaking today to urge you to support AB 191. I have had friends in multiple departments who experience conflict with their advisors, professors they were working for, or their department. One of my friends ended up leaving the program because of their treatment by their advisor and lack of support from the department. Under the current system, we as graduate workers are dependent on the goodwill of our advisors, department, and graduate college to support us. One of the major drivers of conflict between GAs and advisors, instructors of record, and departments is our position as researchers and workers. How our unique dual position is treated is highly variable depending on class assignment, instructor of record, and overall department culture. This differential treatment of graduate workers based on which department you are in is part of the, is one of the main reasons I see a need for GAs to organize. I have to count myself lucky that I have a supportive advisor and committee. Organizing with the NGSW UAW ensures that graduate workers have support outside of the university to resolve conflicts with advisors, committee members, instructors, and departments. It is crucial that this support is not subject to inter- and intra-departmental politics or changes in administration. I ask for your support of AB 191 as a demonstration of your support for the graduate workers. GAs are vital to the functioning of the university, quality of education the undergraduates receive, and are one standing of the university, and deserve to be treated as such. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. My name is Leah Olson, O-L-S-O-N, and I am a graduate assistant at UNLV, a second-year PhD student in English, and a member of our union, Nevada Graduate Student Workers, UAW. I am here to ask you to support AB 191. Graduate assistants are in the unique position of having a dual identity at the universities we serve in, that of the student worker. We are not simply students, however. We perform vital labor for the university, doing a significant percentage of the instructional hours and conducting research that brings in tens of millions of dollars in grants and contracts. Over 1,500 GAs have joined together to form a union because we believe in the work that we do, and we want to be able to do it well, with excellence and with integrity. We want to be good stewards of our time, our contributions, our education, our talents. But how can we do that if we are routinely expected to perform more than our contracted hours? If we fear harassment and retaliation from the supervisors we report to, who hold such power over our futures, if the channels for justice and correcting wrongs take exorbitant amounts of time or fail to produce just outcomes. We are here because we deserve a voice in shaping our working lives at UNLV and the other universities in the state. We deserve a seat at the table to collaborate on real solutions to the power imbalances and unsustainable working conditions that so many GAs face. On behalf of my fellow graduate assistants who could not be here today, I ask you to demonstrate the values of integrity, collaboration, and compassion as voiced in UNLV's mission statement, and to prove that they are more than just words on a screen. Because right now, those values are not the reality for so many of our GAs. I urge you to support AB 191 and respect the supermajority of graduate assistants' choice to unionize and continue our very important work at these universities. Thank you.
Hello, Board of Regents. Teresa Marie. So I am up here actually as a student. I'm not here representing the collective student body of GPSA, but I am here to speak in relation to what Chair Osorio Hernandez said. So I was going to wait and give my public comment tomorrow and thank all of you for the opportunity to work with you over the last year. But I want you to think about something tonight when you go home or to your hotel room as you prepare for the meeting tomorrow. You know me as UNLV GPSA president who is not scared to challenge authority and to question motives and decisions made by leadership. I have mentioned a time or two that I am in debt to the tune of $250,000 for both my PhD and my JD, and that I'm a full-time caregiver to my elderly parents. What you do not know is that my entrance into college was a DEI opportunity because not only was I homeless, but I was also trafficked. And I have only recently started sharing that about myself, and the debt that I've accrued was in hopes that I could help other young youth similarly situated to what I experienced only 16 years ago. With that, I'm happy to report that I have been hired as a child attorney for legal aid starting in May. What I am sad to report is how the changes and challenges that are coming from the federal government are impacting those goals, such as the public service loan forgiveness and the income-based loan repayment application have been removed from the federal government website. Because I'm taking a public service job, that means my salary is not that of what my private sector legal counterparts make. Without public service loan forgiveness and income-based loan repayment options, I do not know how I will afford to be the caretaker I am for the parents that took me in when I was homeless and continue to chase the dreams and goals I set out when I went to law school. I'm not the only student who is experiencing these fears, and you would once again have hours of public comment if we asked everyone to stand here before you and tell their stories of concern and things that unfold. So I hope you take the time to truly think about how these decisions are impacting your students and how what the decisions you make on this board and the things that you say impact us as you move forward. Thank you.
Dear esteemed members of the Board of Regents, my name is Giselle Gradilla, spelled Giselle I'm writing as a concerned alum of Nevada State University, but more importantly, as a K-12 teacher standing in front of the very students that your decisions will impact most, the brilliant, hardworking, first-generation students of East Las Vegas. Every day I teach students who balance work, family responsibilities, and financial struggles, yet still show up determined to learn. They fight against systemic barriers to carve out futures for themselves and their communities. They believe in the power of education because they know it is their best path forward, but they cannot succeed alone. Programs like Nepantla, now under the aforementioned STAR initiative, which I am a proud 6th cohort member of, exist to ensure they don't have to. I was one of those students. I know firsthand what it's like to navigate higher education without a roadmap. Nevada State's support programs gave me the support I needed to persist, graduate, and return as an educator to serve the very students who need representation and advocacy the most. Southern Nevada thrives because of its diverse, hardworking, and resilient people, and our higher education institutions must reflect and support that reality. I urge you to work alongside the Nevada State community to protect the support initiative missions that have long defined this institution, and I leave you with this final question. What can we do as alumni and students and community to ensure that these programs aren't affected later on and better support our institutions to continue offering these resources for students? Thank you.
Kent Irvin, ERVIN, Nevada Faculty Alliance. The Nevada Faculty Alliance fully supports the NGSW UAW graduate assistants. Listen to their stories, and please support AB 191. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment here at Nevada State SES, is there any public comment on the phone?
Yes, Madam Chair, we do have one caller. Caller with the phone number ending in 6213. Please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Carlos Tkach. That is spelled T-K-A-C as in cat, Z as in zebra. And I am a graduate assistant in English at UNLV, a fourth-year PhD student, and a proud member of NGSW UAW. I'm here to voice my support for Assembly Bill 191 and to ask you to do the same. GAs are absolutely fundamental to every aspect of the success of the University of Nevada, from administrative duties to teaching to research. I myself have been involved in the classroom instruction, either as the instructor of record or as a TA, of over 200 undergraduate students. This does not include the hundreds of undergraduate students I worked with as a writing consultant at the Writing Center for my first 2 years at the university. Currently, I provide important support to the administration of my department, making sure graduate students have the information they need to be successful. In my time here at UNLV, I have seen fellow GAs work incredibly hard to improve the institutions they work in, and yet I've also seen them mistreated and overworked. The reality is that the systems in place are not adequate to address the issues you have heard about today. AB 191 will give GAs a voice in solving the problems they face and thereby improve the university's ability to fulfill its mission, a mission it cannot achieve without GA labor. I strongly urge you all to support the passage of AB 191 and respect the democratic choice of over 1,500 GAs. Thank you very much.
That's all the callers we have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So it's 6:13. At this point, I will recess the meeting until tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. So the meeting starts at 8:30 a.m. And just a friendly reminder that the reception is in the Mary Dean Martin Library, on the second floor of this building.